Hello everyone, and welcome back to Laurence Plays Factorio Planetary Pioneers, where you join us once again on Arig. Well, you joined some of us on Arig. I'm not sure where Sophia and Mike are, because they weren't with us last week. Okay, great. Well, we'll see if you can find us when he lands on the planet. So, yes, this is Arig, and this is a sort of a very Dune-esque planet. We've got these big sand oceans, for want of a better word, with small rocky outcrops of land that we can actually build on in them. And this reminds me a little bit of Dune 2, as I think I said last week, that classic real-time strategy game, the precursor to the Command and Conquer games, because that also had the big sandy oceans that you could move your units around on, but you couldn't build anything on them, or you couldn't build anything on them because it just wasn't allowed. So that means we've had to try and find a suitable island, and after a couple of attempts, we found this one, which has heavy oil on it and some stone patches. But most of the resources you get by pumping sand out of the sandy oceans down these pipes, which I'm sure they're keeping very clean and scouring all the rust off. And then you can sift the sand and get out lots and lots of different ore types, which we're then doing appropriate ore-related things with. So, right, hello everyone, welcome regular, Doopy, Quagor, Boardeasy, Mitchell and Fox. Good to have you all here. So yes, indeed, we're letting the spice, or at least the gold, and what are we actually making the science packs out of over here? And what are they called? We have compression science packs, okay, so squishing things. And that's, yes, so we're squishing things into raw diamonds and sandstone brick and then making that into science. And sucks. I think technically no, because we've got a rocket silo, but it isn't capable of launching anything yet because it's not being fed with the blue circuits, the biofuel, glass panels, and cactus plastic bars that it needs to make rockets. So yeah, that's going to be the next task on the list, I imagine, because we're making the science packs, just not a way to get them off planet. You can't hear the others. Oh dear, sorry. There we go.
Oh dear.
I didn't click the button. Right, now you should be able to hear the others.
Hello,
Chad.
You're going to regret that soon. I usually am talking to myself. It's often how streaming goes. Not the
He
game.
doesn't really let us get much of a word in edgeways, does he? Let's be honest.
The game audio is turned on. That should be all right. Maybe there's just not a lot of. I mean, actually, there's some wind noise in the background that you should be able to hear, according to my all the bars wibbling up and down in OBS as they tend to. So it should all be okay. Oh, now you
have a place to put our stuff on the shitty planet.
I think I just dumped it all into some nearby yellow chests to get rid of it.
Because we don't have boss there, right?
No, it's too windy for bots, and I think only construction bots. Oh yes, and on this planet you can also get rid of stuff you don't want by putting it into the sand like this. So we've got a few disposal places around here. We've got these systems that are making the purified sand. So you take in, hang on, which way round is this? So, okay, so you take it, what? Right, so the sifting also produces purified sand as a byproduct. So that's sand where you've taken out all of the ore chunks and apparently some steam. The steam goes into producing electricity, that's great. The pure sand we're then putting into barrels that we're then cooking into glass plates, and down here we're just throwing those away because we reckoned we didn't need them. Up here we're making them a little bit more seriously and passing them off this way. In fact, this system down here is just a power plant. It's pulling out the ore, it's pulling out the sand and then throwing away absolutely everything except the steam, and the steam is being used to make electricity. So this is just a power plant. I think there's another one of those here.
Pure sand is a fluid. That's going to really mess with my head.
Sand in general is fluidized because we're blowing air through it, maybe? I don't know.
I mean, that might make it liquefy. I can't help but notice that here, I was just like doing a run through because I wasn't here last week. Here, you're not producing bricks very fast because you haven't got enough pure sand. It's coming from here. But here, your tank is full and overflowing.
Yeah.
You're literally burying the waste. Do you want me to connect those two together?
That seems sensible. Yeah, so I guess that's... Yeah, so that overflowing tank is another one that's just being used as a power station, I guess. Well, actually, no, not all of the ore is being thrown away. Maybe we reckon... Ah, yeah, that pure sand is being used to make the glass panels that are going out on the belt with the coal, but then most of those are also getting thrown away because apparently we've got too many of them. So yes, piping away some of the pure sand to get to to there would be great. Thank you. I say thank you. It's not my planet. I shouldn't be making these answers, but yes.
Okay.
We are also growing cactus.
It's Mark's planet.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that okay, Mark?
Sorry, I was getting something.
He's making some spaghetti.
Basically, here.
Yes.
Hang on, there you are. Here, stone bricks are, or what are they called? Sandstone bricks being produced slowly because of a limitation of pure sand. It's coming from here, where, as you can see, the tank's not yet full. And then the ghosts below, if you follow those back round, you can see that they come to here, where there is a completely full tank, and actually this set here is backed up on pure sand that's only being used by that one thing.
You're linking to the wrong place, Mike.
Am I? Isn't that a throughput for you? No, it's not.
No.
Good point.
No, it's an input of boring sand, not exciting sand. I mean, pure sand.
Yeah.
Purebred sand.
So are you okay with me doing this? And linking it through with a pump to...
You might be better off,
Yeah,
by the way,
sure.
with iron pipes, I suspect. I think we're a bit... I think we can make gold stuff on here, because there is gold, but I think there is also more iron.
I think we're not automatically smelting it yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, I think you're right. Oh, yes, no, we are. All the way over here. It's being smelted to make blue circuits.
oh yeah, just a small amount.
A small amount, yes. And we're starting to run a little bit short of space because well, actually, there's a load up here past the heavy oil, and there's a bit down here below the bus. But the bus has sort of run into the end of the world, so we may need to do a little bit of thinking and spaghetti. Also, I had concerns when I had a little bit of a look at this. I had concerns about our cactus production. I think we're turning too much of the cactus into wood or seeds or something, and the cactus plastic is not being made anymore because of that. So that's going to need a bit of reprioritization. Right, let's see, what is everyone else saying? So, Fox says, food for thought, if you made your own planet mod, what game mechanic would you want to focus on? He fancies requiring space stations as half of the production chain resource loop, and plasma storms could be lightning storms for space stations in certain orbits. That's an interesting idea, having lightning or plasma, and calling it plasma for certain space stations would be quite fun. I have no idea whether the game engine would support that, but the idea is fun. Yeah, having to send stuff up to space and then bring it down to the planet, so sort of doing microgravity assembly would be quite interesting. I like that idea. I quite like, one of the things I've seen on a couple of planets that I quite liked is a mechanic that encourages you to do the planet, finish the planet, and then go back to it later for some reason. So Lignumis had that with coming back and rebuilding everything with a slightly more modern system using electricity, and then eventually coming back and doing advanced science production over here. And Maluna had it with initially getting the space science packs up and running, and then later coming back to get the exploration science packs running. And I think that's quite interesting because it gives you a reason to go back to the planet and then upgrade it with all the new toys you've got. That's not a direct mechanic necessarily, but it is a thing that I found interesting. Another thing that I enjoyed, particularly across the first few planets we played with, was that quite a few of them had interesting different takes on the spoilage mechanic. So Maluna, while I'm here, had this thing with the diffused plastic bars that spoil in 7 seconds. So you have to be really, really quick to deal with them. Lignumis had the bacteria systems over here, where you have the live and the dead bacteria, and you have to keep breeding it. And that's a little bit like Foliax, but not quite. It's not Foliax. It's a little bit like Liber, but not quite the same. So that was a different approach on it. Cubium had the cubes that spoil back and forth between blue and grey, and so on. So that one again was quite interesting, and using them as a catalyst. So there's been quite a lot of different interesting uses of the spoilage mechanic. And it's been fun to see all the different ways that people have messed around with it. So I quite like that.
No drops. Okay.
Yeah, we'll be able
What
to
did you
research that
waste?
at some point.
A few pumps, I assume.
Say sorry.
What did you waste? A few pumps, I assume.
Pumps, yeah. When you say waste, what gets destroyed on the way down?
I assume so. Yeah.
Okay, so it just never arrives. Okay.
That was definitely the implication on Rubia. I don't know if it's the same over here. I'm not sure. I can't remember what this planet's mechanic was around. No tips and tricks, sort of one.
I think you could check on this island. This was our. I think this is 0-0, right? Roughly.
Arig.
That one's not 0-0, that's
You landed
18.
further southwest.
Yeah.
Let's go and have a look. I mean, once Saphira arrives, you might find some pumps and stuff.
He says cargo drops are locked on the planet until the right technology is researched. So
There.
Fair
he
enough.
claims they're locked, but did you see them blast off from the ship?
Yes.
They're probably lost.
Oh, no, sorry, no, beg pardon, didn't actually see it.
Okay, it might just have
just
not
look-
happened then. Maybe they're still sitting in the trash slots.
I'm just going to put a victory pile on there just to show that that's the base place.
Okay. It's got the crash site remnants, but yeah, there's no harm in
Yeah,
having
they are
something
not
actually
in the.
that shows up
top slots
properly on
anymore.
the what's the name map. So Quagor is suggesting a mechanic where freezing is a required part of the recipe chain. I like that idea. The question would be whether the game engine will allow you to have something freeze and then and the machine to still be used while it's frozen. But that would be good fun. Hello, Peter. Welcome. So having to control whether machines are frozen or not, or maybe have it doing doing different things in different levels of frozenness would be very interesting.
Who
Right.
wants a
I
task?
think. Me, please.
Laurence, how far away are you from wanting a task?
Pretty close, to be honest. I was going to talk a little bit more about what we
Okay.
got on the bus and to refresh my memory and remind us what's going on, but
Okay.
basically I'm there.
Mike, Laurence made rocket silos over here last time, and he only half-assed the automation.
Okay.
That's true.
Yeah,
That's absolutely fair. Yes, it was a let's throw this together right at the end of the stream sort of thing.
Yes.
Where is the water
So
coming from?
could you fix it, please, and feed the other stuff in?
Certainly.
Oh, when you grow... there we go. Yes, when you grow cacti, it produces water. So that's producing the water to keep the factory running. So that's part of the reason we've got so much cactus being grown and then they're just sort of running through things as much as possible. It's because we need all of that water to provide power. Well, there's a little bit of steam being generated up here from fuels, although that turns off when there's a shortage of it, I think. Yes, there's control systems to here. And
We're
then
not
there's
actually
water
wasting
required for
any
lots of recipes.
wood or cacti at the moment. They're all being used.
A lot of them are being, there's a lot that are being turned into seeds, and that's. But I suppose we need the seeds.
'cause that's how you get more.
Yeah, that's how you get more of them, as you say.
Mark,
So we might
Mark,
need more of
very
that.
quickly, sorry. Are you okay with me producing any materials that are not currently in existence that are required for the rocket silo?
Sure. Which
There
are?
won't be a lot of that.
We have a rocket silo, Mike. It's this thing right here.
Never mind.
We
I will find the things.
We had a brief challenge at the end of the last stream of going, what is the worst possible place we could put the rocket silo? And we decided this was it, so we did that because Mark had left.
Without ripping anything out.
Without ripping. Well, I relocated the pipe, but yeah, basically that was the. We decided that was the worst place to put it. So relocating the rocket silo is probably going to be a thing you will want to do.
No,
Or Mark
it's-
might want you to do.
You say I want to do it. It's not my place.
Yeah, well, okay, it's a thing that Mark might want you to do.
There is. Well, I will let Mark ask me if he feels so inclined at the appropriate juncture.
Right.
Yeah.
So what are we doing
please
with the
just automate it first.
Yep.
automate production of rocket silos? Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
I did very much half-ass that because, well, I was being lazy.
It's not obvious.
And yeah, at least I didn't 10% arse it. There is at least half an arse going on over here, but there is granted only about half an arse.
Just one cheek.
Chad, what he's saying here is that he's not even good enough to be a whole arse. He's
Oh,
he
absolutely. It
aspires
was,
to be a complete arse.
there's only
Laurence.
fractional arsing. Yes.
Rocket fuel, please.
Okay, I shall get on with that momentarily. We're just going to run along the bus going, what have we been doing? So we've got this mixture of ores coming out here and steam and purified sand. That's all being floated along here and then sorted out. So we've got supplies of a number of resources, and that just comes straight out of the sand, which is quite handy, or quite sandy. Cooking up some iron and steel because you need that. Cooking up some copper for similar reasons. And then, yes, this is the thing that Mike has just fixed, or partly fixed, to allow us to get us a bit more pure sand coming through here. That's being pumped through. In fact, one thing that might be a good idea to do would be getting the pure sand from the two power generation areas, and rather than turning that into glass to throw it away, pipe that up, because we do seem to have a shortage of it. But We can get to that later. I have rocket fuel to make.
Is there an echo here thing? Like on a... Oh, let's see, what's the time? 10-minute delay.
So you did. I said yes, the one that Mike did, and then we could probably do with some more. You also did you also note that we could do with some more beyond what you did?
I mean, to be honest, I wasn't really listening properly.
About Tuesday.
Thank
So
you, I
then
do look
down
forward.
here we are producing raw. No, we're producing. Well, yes, I produced quartz at
Mike
some
and
point.
Saphir.
Incoming.
Over here. And then
There
that's
are
being turned into
some-
diamonds, which are being sent off to be made into science.
These things on the map.
Yes, oh
and
yes,
the
they're
big
really good to grab.
Sea. These are crashed pods, landing pods, cargo pods.
Okay.
And when you pick them up, you get some very useful stuff. Also, you might get some construction bots. So that might come in handy for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So diamonds for science.
Oh wow, I'm
Oil
so far away
processing,
from
that's
everything.
traditional. Good thing you've got a jetpack, really, isn't it? Ah, yes, and then...
I thought we were going to mandate that he summoned a worm and rode it on in style.
Yes, try walking with rhythm, or flying with
I
rhythm.
think Mike picked up the ones that you pinged, Mark. Can you ping one of those? So
They're
I
little
know
red,
what I'm
little
looking
red
it's a
dots
red-
on the map.
Red dot on the map. And we more or less
Oh,
cleared
gotcha.
everything.
Yeah, you might...
that
Oh,
we
there's a couple
uncovered.
down here, but that's in completely the wrong direction.
Yeah, just
Um,
go into a black spot on the map and
Yeah, there's quite a lot of
Cover
them
some more.
around. And then Tristan was making plastic here from cacti. So we've got cacti wood and petroleum gas. That makes the cactus plastic. You then use some water to wash the cactus off the plastic, and you get normal plastic out the other side. So that's nice. Quartz we mentioned. Pipes are a standard thing. Oh yes, there's pipes over here if you need them, Mike. I don't know if you noticed. And belt. Oh yes,
thank you.
I got absolutely
Mike, I
fed
placed
up
the
with pocket crafting so much stuff, so I dropped in a system for making belts and pipes over here because it was getting ridiculous. And then I think Tristan did blue circuit production over here. Right, okay, and that's most of the work. They've got heavy oil being dug up here, and a little bit of green circuitry. Right, okay, I think that's me caught up. So, what's next? This stuff. Wood, coal, sulfur, light oil. That seems fairly straightforward, and it's made in a press. So, start the press. Do we have light oil on the bus? Yes. Here it is. Okay. So the question is, where on earth do I put this? Do you have any preferences / thoughts on the matter, Mark?
no.
Okay.
I assume near the oil somewhere, or
Yeah, I think I might have to carry on off to the northeast, which is going to get a
Yep.
little tight. But if we're just doing sort of small proof of concept-y builds, might work. I don't think we're not going to have room to run the entire bus up there, but I guess we'll just start branching off the bits that we actually need. Okay. Right, so I'm going to need to get some of these guys to impress the, what do you call it? So there's one there. And you are going to be making me some rocket fuel. And that means I'm going to need wood, which is this guy.
Have you been handcrafting steel furnaces?
Not personally.
seems likely, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is why I got fed up with pipes and belts and made a thing to make them. Oh, let's put some green
As
circuits.
I don't like
in.
molds, that's why I built a line.
Nice.
Why are you not getting... Oh, you're not getting iron because there's no point. What else do you need? Iron, and you need wooden splitters. Oh, wooden splitters require basic circuit boards, which Tristan is making.
Yep.
Where are they going? Oh, out to here. Oh, I'm going to have to steal them off the belt. I don't really want to. That's a really slow assembler. So it's an assembler 2. Is it start? What's it start? It's starved of gold. It needs more gold. It's, okay, well I'm going to put a chest in here, which isn't going to do any good whatsoever.
That's staggeringly unhelpful.
Yeah, but the theory is when Tristan's put in enough gold production and it catches up and has made enough and is starting to make a decent number of the basic circuits, I can nick some from the chest.
I mean, I did literally double it by adding that in, and I'm
Oh, it was you
tempted
doubling.
to
Well, somebody has doubled the gold production, or quadrupled the gold production. So
I've doubled it again, apart from not having enough stuff to make it.
right.
I'll make it 2 furnaces.
Why is there no lumber? Oh, because they haven't lumbered the belt all the way over yet. Lumber. All right, let's lumber that in there like that. Right, now we can actually make a few splitters. And by a few, I mean like 5. No, it's worse than that. It takes 5 basic circuit boards to make each splitter. Jeez. Okay, I think I might be pocket crafting splitters for a little bit longer. Especially since I'm about to need 2 of them.
Yep.
Could you set up a ship for exporting science to Nauvis, please? We have available ships.
Okay.
I have one in orbit already if you just want to nick that.
Woodward.
Okay, will do.
Oh. Right, so there's my wood. Meh. And if I can squeeze it in perfectly here, that should be convenient. What's the next ingredient for this shenaniganery? And do I have any more presses? I do have another press. Excellent. Coal and sulfur. Right, and that feels vaguely sensible for making some kind of fuel. Making rocket fuel out of those ingredients does seem a little ambitious, but as requirements for a fuel source go, I've heard worse.
What happens if we build on sand?
Very little, because it won't let you, I think.
Well, you can put sand fill down, or landfill, whatever it is, and it seems to be fine.
Oh, in that case you haven't gone very far out into the sand, because I'm pretty sure you can't. What am I short of?
You mean like that?
Yeah, you put stuff underneath it.
Yeah, you put stuff underneath it which we don't have. Check what you put underneath that. That's foundation, and we don't have foundation.
Yeah, fair.
So if you can get some foundation, then yeah, it'd be absolutely fine to put it there, but that might be a struggle.
If I get some empire, does that work?
You can give it a try.
That's a reference, for those who don't know, to Isaac Asimov's... Isn't it Asimov?
It is Asimov, yes.
It is Asimov, yeah. Foundation and Empire series. Which I tried to read when I was far too young.
I started. I think I'm still far too young because I tried reading one, and went, "This is awful," and went off and read something else.
What's the science?
Oh, I thought it was quite good.
It was so dated,
Oh yeah,
and not
well,
in a.
it's still good.
Well, we can beg to differ on that one, I guess.
Fair enough. Fair. I mean, like, yeah, obviously it's very historic, or like historic future, what it's called, retrofuturistic, but.
Yeah, I felt it was. It was. Yeah, it was too dated for my tastes. Let's just put it that way. Cause I can't remember. I can't really remember the specifics anymore. So I'll have to get.
I remember
that.
the first time I read it, I didn't like the fact it was an anthology.
Yes, Mark?
I liked Mike's idea, so could you please connect these two power production units, the pure sand, to basically this this pipe here?
Hey, that was my idea.
If it was your idea, you had it after I'd had it and explained it to you.
I will look into this.
It was your idea, and I extended it. I think, as far as that was my understanding of it, which may or may not be right. You didn't seem to be quite sure whether you'd actually had the idea or not, so I'm taking the credit.
Yeah, fair enough.
Castro has discovered plastic bar productivity too.
Oh no. If only there was some sort of recording that we had that we could go back and look at.
Yeah. Oh well, never mind. I'm sure that such a thing could never be managed. Right, I'm going to go up as close to the sand as I can here, and then come across to there like that.
I don't want to criticise the setup, Tristan, but you could put another one of these things floating above, immediately down here.
Could do, but we're
But yeah, we haven't. Fair enough.
basically we might be producing enough circuits now.
Fair.
Apart from Laurence wanting some, but that's a him problem.
Can confirm.
Do I want to? Oh yes.
Can disable this this system here, Saphir.
Do I want
It's
some?
just to get rid of it.
Sorry, can you repeat that again? I wasn't paying attention.
You can disable where pinged, because this is just to get rid of it. But
Okay.
it's actually a precious resource now that we need it for science production.
I don't think I do need blue circuits. I mean, we as a group need blue circuits for the rocket launch socket silos. But personally, I don't think I do. As in, I don't think any of my builds require them. Maybe I'll have to flip that around.
Oh, so pure sand is the precious resource.
Yes.
Yes. That's true. Quago suggests you could put a deconstruction planner across the map to find the drop pods. If you're still looking for those.
Yep. So Zephyr, ideally, this putting pure sand into a barrel is the way to get rid of it. Once, so if we ever stop producing enough signs, so you can disconnect it there, but either at a pump or something else.
Oh yeah, I just want to disconnect it now until I wrap my head around what's going on, you know?
What's going on? Yep.
Because I just landed and I've been chasing bots and that's all I've done so far. So.
Yep.
A worthy task.
Nah, overrated.
Yellow and
Zephyr, Mike, you don't have to build to ratio, I think, or...
yes, everything is a bit slow. It is true.
I'm not sure if you need that many machines.
Alright. No ratios.
No ratios, just make it work.
You're building rocket silos. You don't need to worry about ratios because you only build like 6 in at maximum in total.
Yeah, but engine units you might want more of.
It's possible, but not enormously likely.
Yeah, that's fine. The boss hath spoken.
Okay, I have made rocket biofuel. It's tucked away up here, out of the way. I could bring it back down. Are you wanting to leave the rocket silo there, or
no.
Should we? Yeah, okay. 'Cause we've got a system here. It's going to be producing the biofuel at 2.6 per second, which is a quantity. I don't know if it's going to be enough. It's probably not. I've left a little bit of room for expansion, but not a huge amount because we're quite short of space on this area.
I'd say we
You just want to put
take
it
the
right
rocket
on the tip.
silos up to the northeast. To have a diagonal
Tell you
row
what,
of
you
rocket
put
silos.
it where you want it, and I'll start piping stuff up to it.
Mark, so the task you had of me was to connect those pipes, basically? Okay.
Yes, and have us connected to this system here.
Yeah.
Oh yes, I remember. Yeah, I think you're right, regular. Yes, it was the way Asimov can't write women, basically, and I don't remember specifically the female character only talking about kitchen equipment, but I think it was basically either that or dresses or how vulnerable and hopeless she is and is just a sort of a weak and feeble woman and all that sort of thing, which is even for, I don't know, when did he write it? It felt a bit ridiculous, and I think. It would have been better if there'd been 0 female characters, because then it wouldn't have stuck out in quite the same way. You'd have had to actually think about it to have noticed it, rather than it just being quite so obvious. So, but yeah, it was a bit ridiculous. Yes, it is. Things are running a bit slow. We've talked a little bit about the next production update being better CPUs. Well, maybe at some point we shall see. We haven't decided whether we're going to do sand boats or sand train or elevated trains yet. Basically, once we get stuff dropped from orbit, everything's going to be really, really easy. But that means we need to get some science up into orbit. So we're working towards that at the moment. Right, where are Tristan's blue circuits? Here are Tristan's blue circuits. All one of them. So I'll bring them up here. I'll bring it up here. And then along here. And then up here. And then don't go underneath the cactus. You don't need to do that. So, what goes into here? We have the blue circuits and the rocket biofuel, and then we have glass panels and cactus bars. So, Tristan,
Hello.
you built this additional cactus plastic maker here. Is that earmarked for rockets production?
Yes.
Cool, thank you. Fine, I'll go around those. Like that. Then we go, where do I stick this? Safe for work answers only. Is this an empty row? This is an empty row, let's put it there. Just above the spoilage. Damn it, Tristan, you used up... Was it Tristan? Damn it, Tristan, you used up all my underground belts. From my inventory, at least. Right, where was I?
Tristan, very
I
good.
was here.
That would have been the next task.
Yep, this
Yeah,
was.
belt,
This is
belt,
why
belt.
blue circuits are
Belt.
produced at the rate they're produced at.
Right, so that's going to be the that's the funny plastic. I also want to take away the special glass panels. So which of those? And it's not that. That's diamond or quartz or something. That's steel. What are you? You're going up here. You're going into here. I bet that means that's a glass panel. Yes, that's a glass panel. Right, so it's these ones down here that I want. I'll bring
Who
those
added
up
this power here?
here.
That looks like a Tristan.
Yeah. Last week. So, Mark, something we added last time is up here, where
Where's that?
if we have enough water, we're burning coal to produce extra steam for plenty.
Yeah, that's
plenty of power.
nice. Yep, makes sense.
So, enough water and not enough steam, specifically.
Yep, we never have enough steam yet.
We did last week.
Oh, we did. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Right.
Because you got lazy at the end of stream, or?
No, because we started producing more from things like that.
Right, so that's all 4 rocket parts there. And then we just need the science packs, which are being put in a box, as is apparently traditional.
Mark, when do you want this machine to run?
Excuse me.
When the pure sand is full, basically, backing up.
Gotcha.
This makes me uncomfortable. No, just me streaming aggro. We found from experience that for a game like Factorio, where you've essentially got lots and lots of very, very different viewpoints, and you're not entirely playing. You're playing together, but you're not playing. You're not looking at the same thing all the time. Oh, that's an underground belt. Damn it. Having multiple different streamers on one of these things tends to make things go badly, because you end up talking over the top of each other a lot whenever you're trying to talk about something you're doing. So we reckon that only having the one streamer is the way to go with this sort of game. And also, I'm the only one who's is a streamer out of the group of us. So
I mean, Mike.
I was going to say, are you the only one who's a streamer?
sorry, until very recently, I'm the only one of us out of the group of us who had interest in streaming.
Months.
Yeah, that's pretty
And, I
recent.
mean, it wasn't the
Actually,
plans for like 2 years.
Yeah, well, it doesn't mean yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So,
well.
so it shouldn't be a surprise. And in fairness, I streamed 10 years ago for actually quite a long time. It was like 6 months.
Gosh, that's
Yeah,
that's a quarter of a big Factorio game.
Yeah, I know. And you still hadn't noticed.
Yeah, I don't think I knew you then.
That's no excuse. Oh dear.
Oh, I've run out of inserters.
I even asked you earlier today if you wanted to join the stream on Thursday.
That's true, you did.
Oh dear. Shocking. Don't worry, chat. He does appreciate me, really. He just doesn't want to admit it.
I don't really. Why is there
Stunned
spoilage on this
silence.
belt? I was too busy shaking my head. Do you output
Is it,
spoilage sometimes?
is it
Yeah, so
wood
it
and
outputs cactus
Is it
spoilage.
the
Spoil
spoilage
cactus.
belt?
What are we doing with spoilage?
There's a line up here which chucks it into the sand.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Let's just chuck it in the sand. I forgot we could just chuck it in the sand. Let's do that. Where can I get to sand around here? There's too much stuff going on right here. This looks like a suitable place. Where have you pinged? Is it somewhere useful? Off the end.
Like straight line off the end. That feels like the best, genuinely.
It kind of does, except it also doesn't quite work for what I'm doing. No, I'm gonna do something different.
You shouldn't do that because you want to back it up if it's not consumed, basically.
Fair. I mean, you could have a circuit condition if it has backed up. Then
Well, there's no point chucking it in, disposing of it, if it's just because it's backed up. Unless we're short of water.
yeah, circuit condition.
Always out of these damn pylons. Steel this time. Let's have like 20 of those, so I don't run out again for a little while. Okay, so put that in there. That'll dispose of the spolage over this way. Can we have one of those pylons I just requested, please? Thank you. Right, so that's the spolage dealt with, and then over here there's a little bit on the belt somewhere. There it is. I need to grab that. Okay, so there we go. That is now. I mean, this is woefully slow. Obviously, I'm probably going to need a couple more of these, but still, it's still better than the blue circuit production, at least for the time being. So let's run the rocket production systems across the top of the silos. Oh, sorry, rocket production ingredients across the top of the silos. And I can run the science pack in at the bottom here. We'll probably want a box for that, to be fair, because it's nice to buffer science packs and then chuck them in a bit more quickly. So put that. Well, for now we'll just put it there because we're in. I can't see. I don't think we're going to. I don't think we're going to need more than one box worth of science for a good while at this point. What have I said about going under random cacti? Don't do that. Right. This box can take all of the science packs I've been picking up.
Yeah, Tristan, I don't know, did you experiment with the water condition last time? Because I'm wondering if we shouldn't, why don't we prioritize power production over water storage, basically?
I'm going to
So
need
because
if
these guys.
Water for processes that use water.
Yes, but without power, those won't process.
Hang on, would you
That is true, but
one of everything? Or equal numbers of everything.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't think it.
I heard that side there. It's true, but
Please don't be right.
Okay, we have a rocket. Oh no, we don't have a rocket silo full of rocket.
We'll give it a
full of
try.
Things. We're just waiting for them to all turn up very, very, very slowly. Are we short of power? No, it's just to get because the game's running at this speed at 36 ups. So it's just nothing is. Everything is slow. Everything is painful, and we're also using yellow inserters, which is also slow and painful. Okay, so the rocket silo is now theoretically. Hang on a minute. Where's the glass? Why isn't there any glass panel? Where have I? What have I missed? Somewhere down. That's okay. That's the sulfur. This is the glass panels. I didn't bring them across to here. That's what's on. That's very much on me. Let's fix that. I say on me as if there's any doubt when this is a system that I've been working on. Nobody else has been working on it. Therefore, it's clearly my fault. Unless the only other possibility is that all of the supply had disappeared. But I don't think it would have done that before any of it had got up here. So right there we go. Now we have nominally we will soon have a quantity of each of the ingredients up here. The main limiting factor is the blue circuits, which are limited currently by basic circuit boards, which are limited by lumber, which are limited by there just isn't any.
Wood.
Oh, I see. Is there a shortage of wood? Oh, yes, there's a shortage of wood over here. Right.
Why I've expanded the agricultural towers.
Fair enough, makes sense.
But they'll take a bit of time to get up to speed.
Darn growing of plants.
Is it intentional that wood's only on half a belt and cactus is on the other half?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Not saying it's right, but it is
Could
intentional.
you expand the farms even more to the south?
Say that again?
Could you expand the farms even more to the south?
Yep.
Let's come along here and chuck some cacti in the output of the thingy, and then I'll get them into the system. They'll go wherever it is cacti go. Are those all cacti? I think they are. They're different types of cacti, but I'm sure it's fine. Those are all being there's no bypass system here for them to be used for other cactus-related purposes. But that's probably okay at this point. We probably need the seeds in order to get everything seeded up properly. This is probably an unwise one to shove 150 cacti in, though. Let's put them in there instead. Right, because then they can dribble out along here. If there's too many of them for this machine, for making the seeds, then they can then be passed out through here and go off on down the belt and be made into plastic bar, I think. Oh, no, it won't do that until there's a backlog of seeds on here, so I've just jammed that up as well. Oh, well, never mind. I'm sure it's all fine. Tristan is stealing all my bits and pieces again. Okay, so as we can see up here, we have now made 0% of a rocket. Bing, 4% of a rocket. Hurrah! So there is some progress has been made, but we need more processing units to get any further on than that. Do I have any? I don't have any. I've fed them into it for other things. So yeah, so now we've got the rockets are built. They are loaded. It is being loaded up slowly with science packs, but it is limited by. Let's switch over to map mode. It is limited by the production of the blue circuits, which is limited by the production of the brown circuits, which is limited by the production of the supply of lumber, which is limited by wood, which is limited by the number of cacti we've got, which is why Tristan is currently expanding it like this. So yeah, things are going well. All these things are we can see the bottlenecks, and we are currently trying to sort them down. Yeah, we might need to. There's probably quite a few places where we might need to upgrade to blue inserters. Where was the one? Yeah, the one down here. Is it? No, it's keeping up at the moment. Actually, it's just about. I mean, it actually is keeping up. It's not because that keeps dropping down to 0 and the machine isn't stopping. So that does seem to be okay. What will be the exports from this planet? So certainly the export is going to be the compression science, but I think what you're actually asking is what do we get with from compression science? So let's have a look. I don't think we've had any novelty toys yet. We've just discovered sort of a few Arig related things. So Arig gets us. So we've got the press. This thing. So this may be useful on other planets. At the moment, we can just
Didn't look like it.
But no, as Tristan says, it doesn't really look like it. And there are alternative recipes for making things like carbon from coal and rocket fuel from crushed coal and solid fuel sulfur. Some of these may be useful.
We will get containers, so bigger logistics chests.
Especially as the it can only be made on a crafted. Yeah, crafted on means you have to make it there, but you can export it and use it somewhere else, doesn't it? So this does have a it has a base productivity of plus 50%. So it sort of could potentially be valuable for some of these things for making other supplies because of that increased productivity. And over here we can place landfill. We can make landfill a different way, and I think that uses less stone and produces more landfill. So that's going to be a better way to do that. And there may be other ones in there that are also good for the same sort of reason. We've made diamonds, which are everyone's best friend. There's an alternative plastic, blah, 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 blah. Then we start to get onto the actual useful things. So heavy glass, I don't know what that's useful for, but oh yes, that allows us to do water harvesting. That's interesting. So you can just pull water out of the air if you don't have lakes of it available. There's, as Mark was saying, there's containers, which are larger storage units. So we can make a basic chest that has a storage size of 240 instead of 48. I wonder if it's bigger. I can't actually tell from here. We'll have a look into that in a moment, and then logistics versions of all of those. We will also be getting. We can get dust resistant robot. That's for this planet specifically. There's another Rubia research that will unlock, so we can make kryptonite sunglasses, which will get us Oh, a bit of extra press productivity in exchange for yeeting some
Rocket
raw
launch?
diamonds. So, sorry.
Rocket launch.
Ooh,
Hooray!
hooray! Where did the blue circuits come from? Have you just been stealing them and chucking them in, or is it, are we making them a bit
No, there was a
nurses?
chest stealing them from the belt. That had like 200.
Oh yeah, that I moved the original chest to the side rather than deleting it.
I like how when the game's running at half speed, the rocket launch sound ends long before the rockets even got out of the silo.
I'm racing the rocket. I'm winning. It's vanished.
I think that means it won't.
Cheat.
You didn't have enough thrust from your jetpack to follow it all the way up to the spaceship. Right, so that's our first 1,000 science packs shipped off planet. That's good. That's gone well.
Rocket silos are now technically automated here at a rate of approximately 1 every 40 to 50 years.
Good. Well done there.
What's the limiting factor?
Just the speed of producing everything. So probably processing units at the moment.
We can also unlock advanced solar panels and supported solar panels. These are twice as efficient as a basic solar panel, which sadly means they're not going to be as good as the Foliac solar panels. So those are basically useless. However, the fact that we can put them on sticks means we could start carpeting oceans with solar if we felt the need to, albeit at a slightly lower efficiency. So that's a possibility. Yes, the Planet Hopper is now allowed. Sophia, you can come over by Planet Hopper. Congratulations. We've
I'm
also
already
got
here.
we've got Sandstone Foundation, which will allow us to build out over the Arig sand, so that we can expand with that. Once we've got 500 science packs, or probably 125 science packs over to Nauvis, we can research this, and that'll allow us to make Sandstone Foundation. So that's nice. And then other than that, it's a bit. There aren't a huge number of exciting toys, to be honest. The biggest thing that we're going to get from here, I think, is going to be the water harvest. Sorry, no, is going to be the containers, the bigger storage chests, and maybe the presses if we can find a good use for those. We might find the water harvesting useful as well on some of the drier planets, but basically it's going to be the containers and maybe the water harvesting. And maybe the presses. Also, it allows us to now to research Hyarion, which we wouldn't have been able to do without coming here. So it's required for that too. Yes, sand foundations for building on sand. You're quite right. So yeah, we could then work out into the deeper sand out here, and who knows? We could potentially go out and join up with this island over here, or alternatively, we could just fill in some of this area and allow the bus to continue. There are many options at this point. Will the container have use of LTN? You mean for putting them in stations in order to get bigger capacity? Potentially. I guess we could come along to our stations along here and go, well, actually, instead of using the normal boxes, I'm going to use... Where do they hide? Container. I don't know where they are. I was expecting them to be... Oh, probably because we haven't researched them yet. They probably will be in here, which is where I was looking. Yes, here we go, containers. So we could chuck one of these guys. Oh, and they're still the same. Nope, they're 2x2. They're 2x2. So, however, they're a lot more than 4 times the capacity. So we could put 3 of them in like this to unload a train into, a wagon into, and that would give us enormously more capacity in our stations. So yeah, it could potentially be useful. I think at the moment, running out of capacity in our stations isn't that big a deal, except for there are a few places where some of the quality systems have been mistakes have been made, shall we say? Like, I don't think my electric engines were a problem one, but one of these sort of things was. Was it the batteries? Yeah, down here where Mike built the battery station, he's got the numbers wrong. So the boxes down here are filled up with tier 1 batteries and then tried to fill up with tier 5 batteries. Oh no, the numbers weren't wrong. It was just there was a cable missing in here somewhere, between there and there.
That's somewhat awkward.
Yeah.
Eh? Oh, yeah.
There's just a cable missing between here and here. That's literally all it is. I checked into this one in a video script I was writing. So yeah, now it'll work fine. But actually, to be honest, that's probably okay because we'll have some trains come out, grab batteries, and take them away, and then the system will tidy itself up as long as there's a bit of flow on the batteries. So we just need to use some of those. And I'm sure they're used for yellow science, so yeah, they'll go into that as we do yellow science.
Yep, as long as the 5-star quality ones don't completely back up and get recycled. That would be awkward. It
would indeed be unfortunate, and a little bit embarrassing
as well.
But it probably is happening, yeah. But it's not going to break the system. It's just a waste of stuff.
I'm just going to rotate that belt there, just temporarily, because in theory the only things that can get there are the high quality ones.
Yeah, so the whole system will jam up, but that'll be fine because there's all of those batteries, and then when the batteries start to flow, when a train comes and takes some normal batteries away, it'll also take away the high quality ones. So as long as you remember to put that back in within the next few weeks, it's probably going to be all right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it'll be fine. Can I have a job, please?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
Hello, Drenkillfree. You have missed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
slap down
10,
one
12,
pump
13,
over
14
this heavy
planets.
oil patch here, where Laurence is standing, because there's 4 untapped things.
I was being lazy, and that was all we needed at the time. So yeah, feel by all means expand it.
Well, I mean, it's Mark's choice.
I'm just being lazy about building them.
I just haven't looked to see if there's anything actually worth it.
Could you look into improving our power situation?
Certainly.
I guess I'd better make a couple of those.
How do you feel about solar?
Space is an issue, and producing them on site isn't currently really viable.
No, we're going to research better solar, but it's only slightly better.
Maybe. Yeah, I'll look into power.
Yeah, so basically we have these power systems I set up last time. As one possibility, or we could improve. So we are currently wasting some coal here, which gets dumped. Also at the other places we are dumping coal, so we could do more coal burning to make because we are good on water at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe just route some filter the coal out where we dump it and funnel it through one system, produce steam.
Yeah, will do. I see we're not producing boilers. That's okay.
Yeah, there's been a lot of handcrafting on this planet.
That's fine.
Quite frankly, embarrassing amount of it. Why can't I make more pump jacks? What have I run out of? For handcrafting, as I say, steel again! Yay! Right, where's steel? I need steel. Steel. Right, so I can have a couple more pump jacks and I'll be able to finish that bit off up there. Yeah, you're right. We're probably not going to remember to flip that belt back. It won't be a problem until we have an entire station's worth, until we have 33,000 quality 5 batteries, though. So it's going to be a long time before it becomes a problem. So, yeah, we definitely won't remember. You're absolutely right. But we'll realise in about a year and go, what the hell's going on here? Yes, tie a knot in Mike as a reminder. That's a good idea. Solar is... Yeah, once we research the elevated solar panels, we can then start putting them out over the deep sand, and then it's just free space. I wonder how we do power for those. How power connections for those? Maybe they've got built-in pylons. How you doing now? Right, I'm going to double this because it looks to me like we are very soon going to be at a point where we have more. Enough blue circuits. We're going to be a bit short of fuel.
Tristan,
I'm going to increase that.
Yep.
You are not requesting the compression science packs on Nauvis, and they are not in. So they're not in your default.
Oh, was Arig an added planet?
Seems like it.
Maybe. are we waiting for apart from Christmas?
They're not in your default set. They are not in the in our display, and therefore I'm not sure if they are part of your chest filtering system.
They should now be requested.
So it's now just going to be a case of going through all of the different options,
Okay,
all
they
the
are
places where
part
they're being
of your.
stored. And...
They are part of your system on the science city blocks, at least.
I added them. Not
There
very
it
long
is.
ago.
Ah, okay.
That guy. Right, we don't have enough of this stuff, and we don't have enough of this stuff because we don't have enough of these. So we are waiting. Basically, I think we now might be at a point where we're just waiting for these cacti to grow. And this guy is at 67%. The problem is we need to grow a lot of we need to grow enough cactuses to then produce enough seeds that these machines start to back up, and therefore, what's this connected to? Read contents. You're passing through when cactus is greater than 0. Oh, right, so you're passing through when the cacti in there. Okay. Down here, I presume it's the same. Yeah, so we need a flow of cactuses going through in order to get we need to make lots of cactuses in order to make lots more cactuses. Hopefully the cactus loop is pretty good. So we've got a cactus yields 5 cactus from a cactus seed, and cacti can be turned into seeds and wood. And it takes 1 cactus to make a but that's done in a press, which has a 50% productivity. So yeah, each time it runs, we're going to get an extra half a cactus seed over what we generated. So yes, it will eventually catch up, but it's going to take a while. It might be worth going off and harvesting some more cacti. Sandstone foundations might work on other planets. That's true, and the press is another thing to take out. So yeah, I think there's a few things that's going to work there that could be useful. Yeah, we'll be able to import stuff very, very soon.
Yeah, so whoever doesn't have a job, go around, pick up some cacti, and feed it into the system, please.
Okay.
From like other islands?
Yeah.
Islands, yeah.
Gotcha.
Ah, that's... Oh. Oh, come on, bots. All aboard. Num 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 num. Right. Yes, it's the coconut problem though all over again. It's everything agricultural, really, isn't it? You in order to grow stuff, in order to grow more plants, you need to have some of the plants in the first place, and that's a sort of an ongoing process. I'm going to come back with a fair amount of ore as well, which is a little unnecessary. That we have plenty of, but oh well, it's okay. Oh, that's one as well.
Mike, could you make an iron chest, please, and fly down here to place it?
Where's down there?
Thank you.
All right.
Didn't require too much flying.
I just sort of generically started moving down. And then
Makes sense.
Thank you. I was like, oh, okay, fine.
Yeah, I have speed modules in my crafting bar, so...
Oh, right.
Go back and get a drink.
Ooh, drink is a good idea. I have a little bit of water, so... It's not much use having a glass that's basically 1.5 litres if it's almost empty. All right, I better take these cacti back before they spoil. They have a pretty long spoil time actually. We're reasonably safe there.
There's a chest to put them in rather than the...
Oh, yeah. Yeah, gotcha.
So it doesn't just cause everything to back up.
Where is the chest?
Right above it.
Oh, yeah. No, that's not what I was looking for. Right above what?
Where Mark and I have both pinged.
Oh, I didn't hear the ping for some reason. Oh, I see, down there. cactus. Thump. Oh, and I've got some cactus plastic as well. Okay, that's... I feel like that is the beginnings of a functional planet. We are steadily, albeit fairly slowly, producing the science packs. We are, and then we are then waiting for cacti in order to produce the cactus plastic in order to produce the rockets. But in theory that works, and we've got this giant system down here that is. It's not a Covarex weight, it's a cactus weight, which is slightly different. Is this belt down here deliberately missing, or should I fix it?
You can fix that, please.
Okay. So we're unfortunately we have to wait for the cactuses are backed up quite nicely.
Yeah, you're gonna add
The
a
whole
weight
will be put in.
to move these cacti to this belt as well.
Currently, no. But yeah, that's the.
I feel like you need a lot more seeding of cacti. Like the cacti themselves are backed up a long way.
Two people have run out and grabbed basically 1,000 cactuses.
True.
So it's completely unrealistic at the moment.
Yes, granted.
Plus, I'm making a couple of speed modules.
Okay. Where do you want me to drop the cacti?
Down a bit, Sophia. And then there's a chest above them. Yeah, press. Yeah. Okay, so now we are unfortunately at a bit of a waiting game point. So, does anyone have any tasks that need to be done?
You did word good there, Laurence.
I did. I'm a professional Englisher.
I can tell. Reminds me, I know there's a relevant XKCD about this. I was having a conversation with your wife the other day about how hard it is in my industry to pass yourself off as an expert when you're not, compared to her industry, where...
Are you still breathing?
I am.
How many limbs have you lost? Is she behind you right now?
I am, because I told her that we had to go and get help from within our own industries to solve the problem, and her entire industry argue that they were in fact, this is journalism I should say for anyone who doesn't know, their entire industry was arguing that they all knew exactly how to end a person's life.
Something.
Yeah, Rabaska's having an issue. It seems to be...
That's quite a rough issue.
New type of robots, maybe?
Yeah, I don't know. It's sort of... I want to say it's not sort of... No, it's not fixed. It's just they've just stopped because they've wrecked all the turrets. Yay!
Yeah.
Yeah. I pinged one, a Vault Defender. They've not taken any damage. I don't recognise them.
Yeah, I think they're new enemy types.
Yeah, I
Can't they
also
just
don't recognise them.
from the crystals?
Because there is a crystal there that is not being hacked because its turret's been wrecked. There is a Spidertron on its way down. I don't know if that one's going to go over to there. I mean, in theory... Where did those come from? Oh, the turrets are being warped in by magic because we've captured the pylon, so the turrets are being warped in through magic. Which is why that happened then. Okay, that I understand. That's obviously all of the turrets that are in the in-hammer space, or it was. Yeah, the poor turrets are rather outnumbered when they appear like this, so they get wrecked very, very quickly. Oh, it's the top pylon that's is the one that's functioning, and the bottom one is the one that hasn't been captured yet, I think. Right, here comes the Spidertron to hopefully to save the day. They are shooting the absolute what's names out of the vault protection pylon.
I can't hear you.
I know, it's really loud. So the... Right, so now the pylon's gone, things have calmed down enormously. Okay, we've burned through a load of ammunition, but that's what ammunition's for. Yeah. The Turret is presumably getting... Wow, the Spidertron had half its shields knocked out as well. Yeah,
But it can resolve itself.
Yes, it has resolved all by itself. It's a little bit alarming. Yeah, I don't know if that was just because... maybe the pylon popped up and didn't get hacked properly? It's hard to say. Because there are a few pylons scattered around, I've noticed. There's one still down there. I'm sure I saw another one earlier when I was making a video, but I'm not quite sure exactly when they came from. Oh yeah, no, there isn't. There isn't one up there. I'm not sure why there's radar up here. Oh, because there's a Spidertron there. Duh. Right, there's a crystal that's appeared here, for example. So that's one we managed to capture that. So things went as expected. So I don't know why that one was different. I also don't know why there's barrels of goo on this belt. That's going to... It's actually not going to cause a problem. Oh, maybe it is. Yeah, it's going to cause... There's going to cause problems eventually.
We are dumping seats here. On the top machine.
Oh, from the top one. Because, yeah...
Save them.
Yep.
Oh wait, don't do that. Because that'll just put all of this get all this stuff stuck in the hammer space inventory. Don't want to do that.
Wait a little bit.
Not sure how to easily get rid of those without, as I say, dumping all of the barrels and the cards and things into hammer space. So, yeah, this is now stuck. We won't be able to put the fuel, as in the vault security keys, into there.
The concrete on Arig here is broken.
Oh, maybe I can get the Spidertron to fix it. I can.
I think it's the stone output.
Come on, Spidertron, put them back.
Yep, please fix it.
Gotcha.
That works too, I guess. And I don't care whether it gets put back by magic or by Spidertron, but I want to tidy this bit up anyway. Okay, well that'll do. That shouldn't be there, but it doesn't matter anymore because it's just stuck out there on the end. And as I say, I don't want to destroy it. I don't want to deconstruct it because then it'll disappear. This will pull it up and it'll disappear into hammer space, and we don't want that. But that seems to have cleaned up. Maybe they just got onto the belt from something earlier in the construction process. Anyway, having a 2-litre jar full of ice is not necessarily any better than having a 2-litre jar full of water for the amount of water you get. It's just slower. Although if you want specifically cold water, then potentially it is better. So, yeah. I could bunny hop over there to fix it, it's true. I don't actually have a bunny hop drive in my inventory at the moment, but there's a chance somebody might have one they could lend me. Or we could put together a planet hopper rocket. That would work too. Yeah. The problem is I tend not to have a bunny hop drive in my in my suit, because if I have one in there, then that's a load of other stuff I can't have. So I'd lose a couple of exoskeletons, and I like being able to move quickly. Or I'd lose 4 lasers, and I like being able to defend myself. Not that particularly useful on this planet. And I don't want to just put them into my inventory, because then I can't take it between planets when I go by rocket. So it's a little bit limited there.
Mike?
Hi.
Good job. We are now full on steam.
Yes, thank you. I was making some boilers because the question was about solving power. Boilers!
Yes, so the interesting next part for your task would be to balance it, because we have steam as a byproduct from these machines, and so we want to use that steam as a preference from the other.
Okay, that's fine.
And also probably some more steam and water storage tanks. Just to buffer it.
Yeah. Okay. More steam and water storage, and make sure there's a balance. Yes, boss.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, I think you're right. Probably right, Peter. I think it's because the Spidertron had the auto trash on the logistics stuff. So as far as it was concerned, it didn't have the green belts it had just picked up because it had automatically put them into its trash slots. Yes, I think you're almost certainly right about that. Right. So how are things going? I guess it's going to be a. Can I have a job, please?
Could
Say no.
you
Say no.
could you track down the path of the compression science pack and make sure it works and basically figure out why we are not doing research?
Oh, over on Nauvis.
Yeah, on the all the way to Nauvis, basically.
Right.
Follow the money.
Arig, Sandy Science. Do you have the science pack? You do not have the science pack. You are at Arig, though. So we've launched a rocket, and those packs are not on this spaceship anymore. Has any other rocket, any other spaceship possibly taken Sandy Science?
We have products finished, 2 rockets, so there should be 2,000 on the way.
But there's no chance they've gone to any other spaceship, is what I was asking.
They're on Nauvis.
Right, okay. Okay, so they got to Nauvis, they're just not being taken from Nauvis. Right.
Is 2K just not enough?
You say 2... yeah, probably not.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, because the strains were upgraded recently to require...
Oh, that's only the max. I think the minimum is 3,200 for a
Right, okay, so we need another 2 rockets worth of science to launch before we can actually do anything.
Also, does anyone know why those aren't displaying?
Nope.
Because as far as I can see, they are the same.
Yeah. When I remember this was an issue when I first set them up, that if you set them up next to one another, they basically think that they're in one. So what I did, I had to first set them up individually, like a row above one another, and then I had to move them down once I had everything connected. So
Right.
I basically did something like this, you know.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah, I'm hopefully doing that with the Plagos one. Yes, that has fixed it. Yeah.
And then once it's connected, you can move it down, and it should be fine.
You have to remove it, delete it,
Yeah,
and then undo. And
I was
yeah.
finding out.
Okay. It's fun being able to shuffle stuff around like this, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great mod.
Yeah, very happy with that one. What am I going to stream after Grim Fandango? That's a good question. So I have a plan for an upcoming bigger series, but due to general incompetence or possibly being busy, depending on how nice you want to be to me, I haven't actually got everything ready for that yet. So, and it's going to be a multiplayer one, so it's going to be relying on letting other people know when we're going to get started with it and so on. So there are plans. But those plans are not going to come to fruition for a little while. So maybe Monkey Island 2, because I played Monkey Island 1 and Monkey Island 2 is a logical extension of that. I think that probably feels sensible. I'll have a bit of a think about it. So I'm not going to make any promises before Wednesday, but I wouldn't be surprised if it ends up being Monkey Island 2.
Was that you don't want to give away the surprise of what the multiplayer series could be?
Actually, I might as well announce... No, there's no harm in announcing the multiplayer series because I've talked about it on the Discord server, so it is actually public knowledge at this point. So, yes, at some point I want to start up a large multiplayer run of Project Zomboid. So anyone who's on the Discord server, or for that matter, anyone who's watching the stream and therefore is is not actually on the Discord server, but could very easily be. If you'd like to come along and play Project Zomboid with us, then, yeah, make yourself known on the Discord server and join in. For once, I'm not making this a supporter playthrough, because I think it'd be fun to have as many people as possible. So the idea is going to be that I'll be playing once a week on Wednesdays and possibly a little bit more at other times. I would sort of gently discourage people from playing too much on their own because I don't want it to be big, sort of massive sweeping changes and advancements in the game while I'm not there. Well done, Sophia.
Yeah,
So
build immunity equipment. I can't. I tried to get you.
Troll fail.
Yeah.
So you've got it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it'd be fun to play some of that. See how it goes. So that's probably going to be the next big series we do. There's also a bundle available. So if you and several of your closest friends would like to join in, then then club together and you can get 4 copies of it for the price of 3 or something like that. There is a mod that allows inserters to grab players for multiplayer. Good.
There is absolutely no way that is going to A, get abused, and B, go horribly, horribly wrong when Laurence is happily flying along and in a surgery she goes, no, yoink, stuffs him into a machine.
Another rocket.
Yay! So that'll take us up to 3,000 science, which still isn't enough. In fact, it's the rocket the silo is full of science. There's another half a rocket's worth in the box here. So what's it we're waiting? Oh, yes, it's the cactus plastic we're waiting for, isn't it? Which is waiting for cacti. There we go. There's some cacti coming through. A couple of them. Yoink, yoink, yoink. Oh, maybe it's 3. Dunk. But that's not enough to make a plastic. It takes 6 cacti to make a plastic. Good.
I just walked through Arig and like understood everything, and have looked at all the builds, and now I'm like, okay, now I know what Arig is about. So,
good.
Mark, do you have a job for me?
Do we have a second rocket silo ready?
Probably not yet, to be
Those
honest.
are good. Okay.
That's an interesting point, Bordeezy. Yes, would you be able to bury another player in the sand or in the regolith? That would be rather unfortunate.
Yeah, I think for now it's just waiting for. Zafir, what about your engine unit build?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, if you don't have anything here, I'll go to the engine build.
Are there any water tanks already on this planet?
Yes.
Yes, northwest.
Ah, yes. Thank you. I knew I'd seen one somewhere, but I couldn't remember where.
Fit 2 more in there, do you think? Or just 1 more? Yeah, 2 more. Frap inserters again. Rage.
Tristan, you didn't end up using the Serpentic Stewart, I guess?
No, I use one of the available ships.
Cool.
So, when I was doing, this is a little bit spoilery for an upcoming video, but I'm gonna quickly touch on it. When I was making a video, I discovered that making science packs on Lignumis is actually quite inefficient and probably a silly way of doing things. So, there are 2 possibilities here. One is to start shipping gold ore from these drills off Lignumis over to Nauvis and making the steam science down there. The other possibility is to completely shut down Lignumis and deactivate it entirely and start shipping the gold ore from Arig, because we've got some of it. I'm not sure. I don't think we've actually got enough at the moment, but in theory we could step the production up a little bit. We could bring the gold ore over from Arig to Nauvis and then make the steam science over there without any inputs from Lignumis at all. At the very least, I think we should do the former and start building it and start building the packs on Nauvis. So, Mark, can I suggest that is a thing I could do? I could get that set up on Nauvis.
Yeah.
Bring in gold, basically a city block that brings in gold ore and exports steam science packs.
Do you want to export gold ore or gold plates from?
Ore. We have so much productivity that the best way to export. I did the maths. The best way to export it is with ore. Have you not been reading my scripts?
I have even watched the video, but I don't remember that stuff.
I don't.
There were so many
Have I made
numbers.
a video about that one yet? I can't remember.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I've lost track of exactly where I've got to. I've been doing a little bit better at building up the buffer recently. So yeah.
It was with the crazy numbers in the title screen, right? That one?
No, that's copper. That's all about copper.
Oh, that was copper. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Okay. No, then you're right. You probably didn't make a video yet.
No, but I think I've written the script for it, which means anyway, never mind. Let's get on with this anyway.
Okay, I've expanded the. I've tried expanding the water storage content slightly, but there's already 592,000 and rising water in the system. So I slapped down these 2 tanks here, and they just instantly jumped to 23k full.
Yeah, basically all of the agricultural towers are just instantly full of water.
Yep.
They produce quite a lot of water when they grow cactuses,
Yeah.
which is a bit weird. I mean, I know cactuses don't need very much water, but I also don't expect them to produce enormous quantities of water.
So yeah, we got a lot of water and steam. I've added a few more steam engines as well to keep the power levels up.
Thank
So
you.
yeah.
Do we need
No
to
worries.
try and reseed the oceans and flood the sandy oceans and turn them back into real oceans?
No, the sand trap will just absorb it all.
Okay, well that's all right then.
I need to read the planet briefing.
All right, so how do we do gold? I'm pretty sure we crush it and we bring in the gold ore at the top here. We should have a station on this. So let's that's another blueprint. That's in the city block book. No. Stop it. City block. Here we go. Right, so we want an LTN requester station. That's this guy. Put you in at the top, and we'd like to request gold ore. This one. City block produces. Scroll. Steam science. Also, probably going to need to bring in water. We'll see how that goes in a moment. I may need to choose a city block carefully to make sure I have some water for it. Right, so that's that. We're then going to bring that in, and we're going to crush it because that's what you do with ores. Basically, all ores will need to be crushed because that way you get enormous bonuses to your productivity, and that's one of the reasons why we're moving this off planet. Because when you crush this, you get
Mike,
a lot of gold ore out.
Hi.
could you make cargo landing pad on Arig?
Certainly. Any particular location?
No?
Nope. Okay.
Actually, let's not put that there.
Make it. Do you want to automate it?
No. Just make one.
And
Okay.
input priority from
Mark?
right. Over here,
Yes.
we're doing the
Just to
crushing.
refresh my memory, the engine unit build, we only want regulars and level
Orange.
4s or 5s, right?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Gold ore, that one. To the right. Okay, so that's my basic feedback loop with the ore being taken in and out. That's it, nice and simple. What else? What else do we get out of here? So that and and the moist stromatolite. So we'll need to deal with the stromatolite. So we'll bring that out first. Moist, that stuff. That can also go to the right, and then we can immediately loop that back down like this. And at that point, presumably, we put it into a foundry. I'm assuming. Let's just check this before I go too far. So the crushed gold ore. Yes, it goes into a. Oh, we need to bring in calcite as well. Okay, I should have remembered that, but never mind. We can bring the calcite in a moment. It'll be easy enough to bring that in on another belt below.
Okay, I've technically automated the production of these things here, Mark, whilst I wait for a sufficiency of 10 blue circuits to appear.
Yeah, we only want one, so I would hand feed them.
Alright, so that's those foundries. And I'm going to need due to poor planning, let's move those down like that. And move that down like that.
Next rocket's on the way, so this should kickstart the science production.
So that's going to be my calcite input, that's my ore input. And then down from here, we want to then turn the ore into. I assume we can't. We have to make steam science from gold plates. I assume. No. Factorio video. Right. Let's try that again with less fail. Steam science is yes. There's two recipes. One is the one that uses a steam assembler and just gold. The other one is the one that uses gold plate and steam. Now, I think there is a sort of a dodgy unfortunateness in the game where you can actually use the Igrian Science Enhancer machine in order to allow you to make it without the steam. But that sounds like cheating, so we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to put this. Actually, let's put you down one in case because the speeds are bound to be different. And then let's have that make gold plate. Let's flip that round, and we run a pipe up the middle like that. And then up here, we're going to need inserters. In, out. We should probably maybe green ones. I don't know. Well, we'll try that anyway. So, actually, let's put these in here. Let's filter. I'm gonna filter this one to gold ore and say to put that on the near side, like that, because that means we can be sure that all the gold ore that comes out is going to stay on the near side and is going to go through here and will be used by priority on the other side. I'm then going to use some slightly better inserters because we've got them. That there, and there, and there as well. Why not? Let's enjoy ourselves. And I'm going to copy and paste that onto there, but I'm going to tell this one to use blacklist the gold ore and copy that to there. But you can be a dump far. So this will fill the belt up nicely. I'll probably want to upgrade the belts anyway, but to blue at least, because why wouldn't we? Then so down here, that's going to be my supply of gold plates coming out. All of this should, of course, be filled up with productivity modules, because why wouldn't you? That's the whole point of this sort of system. Oh, and I'm probably going to want to spread stuff out and use speed modules as well, but we'll see how it goes for now. The mod author wants a player to get put in a recycler to get the quality upgrade. Nice. Yeah, we can for now certainly we'll get the gold from Lignumis. In the future, we shall see. I mean, it's if we can get it from Arig and just turn Lignumis off, that's sort of tempting. But
no,
maybe
you won't get it from Arig.
You don't think it's enough? Or
no, I don't like shutting Lignumis down. I like Lignumis.
Right, okay.
I like Lignumis as well. It's a good planet.
It is.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, but it's just it may have run its course, should we say? Do we have the option to make steam science on Nauvis? I think so. It's a good point. I should probably check that before I go too all in on this. I remember thinking it was an option before. Yeah, there's nothing here saying I can't. This is just straight up fine. Make the steam from nuclear reactors. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see about that. Right, so that's the gold, and then we need a science enhancer or 12. That's this guy. Put him in down here, and say I want you to make the steam science. But I'm not gonna cheat. I'm gonna do it with the gold and steam recipe. So it's that recipe.
Hooray! I have a cargo landing pad.
Congratulations.
Very nice, thank you.
There it is. What do you want it?
That's kind of annoying. I'll put it that way round.
I feel it should be
Somewhere
next to the launcher. No, go on,
No,
sorry.
somewhere more central.
Central. Here,
that.
where I'm standing?
Look,
Yeah,
Yes,
magic fluid down here.
where's
Yeah.
here?
This.
Yeah, there is good.
Yep. There we are. That's good. Bosh, done.
That's a
Well,
familiar
Tyler was
place.
before.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So there we go. That's that. We need power for all of this stuff as well, which I
Is there anyone more sensible you wanted?
neglected.
No, that's fine for
Yeah. Leave him. Jump, please.
now. Tristan, what's
Yep.
the issue here?
Just a moment.
Right. Oh yeah, you need a module as well.
I was trying to get the Rubia science packs, the spoiling ones, through.
So,
No.
what do you think of your speeds? This needs to
That's
produce
better.
science at 77 per second, because that's going to match the rate of production. Oh, I need cooling chests on here because of course I do. This needs to be at 77 per second in order to match all the other ones. So this is producing 1.1 per second. Oh, the others were beaconed. That's why they're faster. So
Saphir, may I
Let's speed that up
suggest
and then work
that
from there.
since I'm not able to match Novian tasks and Eric tasks at the same time, at scale basically, may I suggest Mike looks at Kestra for the low water on the power plant message.
Oh, we have that as well?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, Mike, you busy?
I was just asking for a job. I can have a look
Right.
at this.
So that's making nearly 6, which
yeah,
means I need a
that's
very large number of these. I want to flip that horizontal.
Yeah, there's a long convoluted chain there. Let me know if you need help figuring something out.
Thank you kindly. It's back up on sulfur. That's pretty straightforward.
Right, so there we go. Apart from the beacons, this is going to be fairly straightforward. Send that across, that across. Yeah, the beacons are, of course, not going to line up nicely because why would they? It's because of the pipe. No, it's not because of the pipe down the middle. It's just the beacons aren't going to line up nicely. But that's okay. We can fill them in afterwards. So I'll take all of that and I'll put it there and there and there. And then I'll take all of this and move it way over to the left in a moment. But for now, this will... oh, partners don't reach. Right, and then remove all these guys.
Aren't we using those conditions? You just disabled it.
No, not using them. They're old ones.
Okay. But we are on some of the packs.
We were using it. No,
43.
they've just been
So
changed.
nearly half.
They've been
More than
tweaked
half.
so that they're just always on, essentially.
Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay.
Let's just double it, assuming it'll fit in the...
Arig cargo drops are yeeting away.
Yay. Oops.
Bada boom. Okay,
Boom.
nice.
Yay. Right, good. That kicked in without me having to go off and look at it again. That's nice to know. Because I hadn't been. Copy that to there. Let's lose the one on the end because it looks a bit silly. And then do the same across the top. Like that. And like... meh, that. And then, okay, this belt can go around the end. Like that. Right, so now that should be, that was about 86 or something? 106. Okay, that might have gone a little bit overboard, but you know what? We'll call that future-proofing and then say it's fine. And maybe we'll actually power all of these beacons as well. And then we'll have an output belt that comes through here. So. Having 106 per second is not going to fit. Actually, it would if I use stack inserters for the output. Maybe everything here should be stack inserters. Okay, so that's that. Now, presumably that's going to mean that everything else is going to be woefully inadequate. So you'll see here that we're producing the 108 science packs as requested, and we're producing 16 gold plates. But unfortunately, we're using 41 gold plates. So it's actually not that bad. I only need to triple this, and it'll be fine. So 3 of these machines. Let's do that, because that's easy. 2, 3. Belt. And then... oh yeah, I should add in that and that. No. Okay, the whole thing again. There we go. So, here we go. We've got 108 packs coming out. We're using 50... no, we're producing 50 hot plates, and we're using 41. So we've got enough there. That's fine. We're also producing this moisture stromatolite. That needs dealing with. But at the moment, I'm more worried about the intermediate. So at the moment, we are producing about 4.5 crushed, and we're using 7.5. So I need to double that. That's easy enough. So we take this bit and go more. Please, sir, can I have some more? And then extend the belts across here. It would help if I put the input belts on all of them as well, but we'll, these are things we can fix. There and there. And then I'm going to have to select the whole thing again like that. Now we can see that... Wait, what? Are those being affected by these? Yes, they are. Okay, that's why we need so few of those. So we are producing 4.4. Now we're using 50. Why has that got worse? Oh, because I added the wrong one on. Dope. So this is this one I was trying to fix. Where we're making 190, and we're using 268. So we need another 73, which is another pair basically. Another 2 of these. So that'll be fine. Or alternatively, I could module these. So let's take this and move all of this. All of this down like at least 3 squares. So 1, 2, 3. And if I put the beacons in there, the beacons aren't going to reach. Put that there. Then I can put some speed beacons in. So let's copy you and put you in there and there, and this actually isn't any better than. Let's try again. So let's put one of these. Are they going to? Yeah, they are going to affect multiple machines. Yeah, well, we'll put it there and there and there and there. Let's do that just for the sake of neatness and keeping the inserters in the right place. Then actually, instead of that being there, we'll put it there, 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 there. Okay, now with that extra boost, how do you now feel? So now we are producing. We've got we've got a lot of spare molten gold ore this time. So let's delete one of these. Still too much. Still too much. Really, with the speed modules in there, I only need 1. Are we sure about that? Let's delete that, and then go. Are you sure? Because I can control that easily enough. Yeah, we've easily got enough molten, so that's really good. We've also got enough crushed. We haven't, and then the gold ore comes in from outside. So yeah, with the speed modules, we don't need much of this. How is it with only the 1 speed module? Is that still happy? Probably not. No, yeah, that's almost spot on. Right, so no, it's not. It's too slow. Okay, so I do need another one of these, but I can remove that and then put that there. In fact, you know what I could have done? I could have put them there and there, because we're only going to need 1 of these guys. And that means I can move the... Oh, no, that slows the... that means these aren't sped up. Never mind. So let's put them in. Let's put them back in up here, because then they can affect these crushers as well. And that's probably how I'm getting quite so much crushed ore out. So is that all now happy? Yes, we're making a little bit spare there, a little bit spare there. And we've got a shortage of gold ore coming in, but that's okay because that's coming in from the station. Right, so now let's think about the numbers of these that are going through. We've got the gold ore is going through at a rate of 9, which will easily fit on a red belt. The crushed is going through at a rate of 27. That could fit on one of these if we unloaded it with a stack inserter, but as is, it won't. And also there's a little bit of other stuff coming out as well. Actually, the other stuff coming out is fairly insignificant. So if I just upgrade this to blue through here and here and here, that will be fast enough. Because you're unloading onto the near side, you're unloading onto the far side, so that'll stay balanced. So that's all fine now. We're just getting with the gold going around separately. So that should be okay with blue belt there. Get rid of a little bit of that as well. It does amuse me when you build something like this and discover you only actually need 1 machine doing one of the stages because it's so fast. And that seems to be the case here, especially with the beacons above it. So this needs to be a calcite input, which will come in from this station. We then need to do steam somehow. So we've got the moist stromatolite coming out here. Let's have a look at that, because I know that's how we're making steam on at T'other Place. So this is going to require a quantity of steam. So moist stromatolite can be turned into... We can recycle it, but there's a... Oh, here we go. Used in. Oh, but that makes peat. But it also makes the steam.
Interesting. Things happened.
Or we can just turn it straight into peat and not get any steam. I don't want that. I want the steam.
We've over requested because of the blockage.
So do we have desecration furnaces?
Let's just unload. Let's load and unload onto the belt down the bottom.
Yep.
Yes, we do, but they're fueled. Okay, well that's probably okay. We'll need to kickstart it, but that's okay. So we will have a quantity of these across here. That looks ridiculous like that because the pipe doesn't.
Can we do
fit
some
properly.
Gleaver research, please?
Yeah, in a moment.
So that comes along here.
Are we doing blueprints again, or why are we?
Not I. If you're complaining about things.
No?
Yeah, no, I
no.
always think we're slowing down. I don't know why.
Okay, so we're going to have the peat coming out here, and we'll use it as fuel, maybe. I don't know if this is going to work. We might need to bring in fuel, which will be very, very disappointing if we do. But you can't put that there. But it might work. It's kind of hard. I don't know if I'm going to be able to measure that in here with the rate calculator, but we'll see. But I'm hoping that we'll have that, and then a pipe along the top here for the steam. And then that pipe goes down to the pipe we're going to the pipe that we sort of have down here. Oh yeah, magic fluid will come in across there. So I hope there is. I hope I don't need to put in another train of thought. I hope I don't need to put in another another resource along here because that would be rather awkward. So this is going to be my steam pipe. You know, in hindsight, why don't I have this come out the top? Or in from the top, rather. Because there's lots of... Because then it's going to be... Oh, no, actually, let's not. Because there's all this stuff above, and that's going to kind of get in the way. So then I will also put in a pipe here. Go to here and to here. And then this one goes across here like that. Okay, so that's my steam supply coming around here once the stromatolite starts to come through. We will, of course, also need power, because, of course, we need power.
Mark, we're going to be jammed up on Gleaver science if we don't do Gleaver research.
And also, I suspect I'm going to produce more of this than I actually need. So I'm going to need to ditch that. But let's see if what we know about this. So we've got the moist stromatolite being produced. Oh, is it not? It doesn't know about it going into these things. Great. So yeah, we can't set a recipe on those because they're furnaces. They don't get recipes set. They get legendary beacons. Yeah. I'm making the steam... Yeah, I am kind of making the steam science to a bit of a mic scale. Ideally, I'm aiming for 77 because that's what we made with the blue and the blue and the green fairly recently. But having just pasted it all across here and got to 108, I've sort of gone, I think that's close enough. So yeah, it's a little bit mic'd, but it'll be okay. I think it's only a little bit of a
done properly rather than mic'd.
No, it's gone a little bigger than it needed to, but it's probably okay. We don't know about this, unfortunately. We do know that we need 416 steam coming in, and that we're going to have 2 stromatolite. And I can't click on that, apparently. That's upsetting.
That's risky, Tristan.
2 stromatolites.
That'll be fine.
Okay.
Turn
It'll
into
need
50
tidying
steam.
up a little, potentially.
Yeah.
But
It's not enough steam.
Oh no.
Bah. That's slightly upsetting. I was hoping that we'd have enough steam from that, but apparently not. So then, for my next question, if I put in one of these, go down here like this,
it shouldn't have delivered that much more, actually. So I don't know why it has.
and I put in some boilers, my question here is this going to be sufficient? Is this going to keep the system happy? Is there going to be enough moist stromatolite and peat from that to make this whole thing self-sufficient? Because if I can make it self-sufficient, that'll be a really satisfying build if we just bring in the calcite and the magic fluid and the gold ore and then the gold ore magically gets turned into the steam we need to make the steam science packs. And I think it's working like that on Lignumis. I presume we can't put anything in here, no. I think it's working like that on Lignumis, so I'm kind of curious to find out. So I'm going to... Why is there a missing inserter on this build? Maybe I accidentally deleted it earlier. Let's temporarily turn one of these guys into an infinity chest that is going to be full of gold ore. Let's also turn that into a green inserter so we get it out a little bit quicker. That'll allow this to kick in and we'll see how it goes. Over here we're going to need to put in a couple of bits of coal or something in here to allow this to kickstart. 50 is possibly excessive, but never mind, it'll do. And I want to know if this is going to work. And in the meantime, I guess we're also going to need an infinity chest to bring in some calcite because I haven't bothered to produce that yet. So I'll put you there with another inserter. But we're going to bring this in by train at some point to do it properly. So you are going to then be full of calcite. So I want to test here to see whether the numbers are right or whether I need to make my other station deal with bring in multiple things essentially. So there we go. There's a supply of calcite. We've got plenty of iron ore, as you see. Calcite goes in there. Comes through here. Oh, we're going to need infinite magical fluid as well. That's fine. We're just testing things here because I want to know if my numbers are remotely right. So I'll put you there. So you are going to be magical fluid. Everyone loves magical fluid. Pipe goes along here. Right, here comes the hot iron. Oh, I forgot to put in the cooling chest for that. Still, my important question has yet to be answered. So this comes through here and produces a quantity of steam. There's a lot more kludging stuff in than I was hoping for when I started building. Thought, I know, I'll just test this. And I want to prioritise the left output here, so the fuel gets returned around here as much as possible. Because I can kickstart this by chucking some rocket fuel or something like that in, just to make sure it gets going. Then we bring this round. Let's take that out. So this will yoink the first piece of peat, like so. Is this struggling? Yeah, this is struggling because it doesn't have... well, for one thing, we need to have these outputting onto the... no, we don't. We need to have these outputting into cooling chests. So we'll put one of those there, one of those there, one of those there. Actually, that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be there. Like that. And then we can put in the inserters. So we'll have the green ones, because why not? There. Oh, no, you need a filter. So we'll filter you to just gold plates. Yes, the hot metals mod is the mod that keeps on giving, because every so often we're still finding minor issues from it. So we want you to be on the near side like that, and then okay, I suppose you can have some power.
To be brutally honest, I have fallen out of love with hot metals. Like it was fun. It's an interesting concept. I think it's stopped being fun.
No, I still like it. It's just because it gets, it gets annoying. It's still a good challenge to keep in the back of your head.
I would tend to agree. I'm just building the engines, and I'm realizing, oh right, I need to cool these pipes.
Yeah. Who are you agreeing with there, Sophia?
Well, I'm agreeing with Mark because I do like the fact that, like, oh right, you can't forget about this,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It makes the builds different than vanilla, so that's good.
That's true.
I mean, that is true. That is true. It does make things a little bit different, but it's also just stick it in a chest with a filter on the exerter to wait until they're cool, and then it's a very...
It's a solved problem, but it still makes for a nice challenge if you are just building an autopilot.
Yeah.
As I was then, and it didn't work. So how are we doing here? We are peat positive. However, we're not producing very much steam. So I do wonder if I filled up all of these with if I give every single one of these a piece of coal because it's Christmas. You get one. You get one. Oh. You get one. You get one. You get one. Maybe I should put more than one piece in each. I just want to get some... Alright, I'll put loads in that one. So put in a load of... There they go. That gets the steam filled up over... Well, it hasn't actually filled the steam up, but it gets us producing the steam a bit quicker. So we'll try that. Yeah. Well, we seem to be getting more peat anyway, Mike. If that's an acceptable way to look at it. Oh, true. The calcite belt could go under the beacons. It doesn't need to because we only need one machine here. But yes, if I need to expand it at any point in the future, then yes, the calcite belt certainly could go under the beacons. So at the moment, I almost need to put an artificial load on the. I don't know. We've got the. There we go. That's enough of a load on the steam sciences. Oh, I was going to make them into stack inserters because we're going to have, by this point, we're going to have so much coming out. But you should be a near. And if I do that, then I can copy this bit. And then go like that. And that. And that. That. La 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 la. All the way along here. Like this. Alright, okay, so there now we won't have such small... We'll be able to get a lot more of the science packs out. So, once again, I believe the shortage here is the steam. So, I think this... Sadly, I think this is a failed experiment. It has not worked. We are not producing remotely enough peat or stromatolite, moist stromatolite, in order for this to be a valid way of producing energy. Unfortunately... or possibly fortunately, depending on how we look at it, I think we're also producing more peat than we need in order to do this. So we are producing more peat than we're using. So we are peat positive, as stated. So I guess if I feed that in here, and then I feed in rocket fuel because why not, basically, as the alternative thing, then we can run these off rocket fuel or peat, depending on which we happen to have available at the time. Why does that not work? Have some coal. Next question is how many. The next question is how many boilers do we need to produce enough steam to keep all these guys happy? It is apparently more than 6. So let's go for 7 first. The maths is sufficiently fiddly that I just can't be bothered to do it precisely. So I'm going to drop in about the right number and then have a look at what this thing says. There we go. Now we've got slightly more steam than we need. So, over here, we're then going to need to have a tank. Tank. Like this. That's awkward. Like this. There we go. With a pump on the input here. So we only, and then that links to there. So we only input when there's a shortage of steam in the system. Not there. There at least. Right. So yeah, we need to link that. Say we want to enable when steam is less than 20,000. That'll mean we can always deal with the steam from up here from dehydrating the stromatolite. The peat comes out, peat will coming out on the far side, which is the correct side down here. So I then need to have a splitter in here, like that, and with the input priority on the left. And then down here we need to bring in annoyingly we need to bring in calcite and rocket fuel in order to power the boilers and the the smelting. However, other than that, I think that's now everything, and it's in ratio. So this bit up here is just a disposal system. We could probably have just run these stromatolites into a recycler, but it sort of feels nice to have done that. A little unnecessary, probably, but still nice, and I don't really regret it. So now we need to go back out to Nauvis and find a two thing drop station in order to can take a copy of it. I'm going to guess the green science probably has something like that. Yeah, we've got a tripler down here. So if we take a copy of that, and then go back into the blueprintometron, we can come over here, put it in like that, and go, hang out. This is a horrible mess. Let's delete all this bit, and then let's delete all of this bit, and then redo my spaghetti, because redoing spaghetti is always fun, right? Right? So over here, we're going to be bringing in calcite, which I can never find. That's this. What were you? Oh, you're calcium solid. Calcite, that guy. We're going to we're going to be bringing rocket fuel. So those two. So calcite and rocket fuel. So down here, we need to change these.
The water low problem on Castra has been solved.
Nice. Do you need a new job?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mike.
Welcome.
You tried to play something on the sand oceans,
Yep.
and now you can do.
Oh.
Please make foundations.
Foundations. Okay.
So you can't actually do it yet, but you can do the thing that allows you to do it later. Sooner or later.
I'm looking for the recipe.
How am I going to do this without weaving?
Steel, stone brick, sandstone brick. You need a press.
I need a stealing sand brick and stone brick. Okay. I'll get my battle claver and the baseball bat.
Okay, there's my calcite. And then, despite having done all of that with blue, we'll then bring it up here on a red belt, because we don't need much. Come on. There we go. Now, I need to bring out the rocket fuel, which is going to be not this one in the middle. We don't need that at all. So this is going to be the fun bit, because this is where the spaghetti comes from. But everybody likes spaghetti, right? So we'll just have a bit of fun with it. So we can bring that through there. Now we only have to have one belt coming any further up. Similarly down here, this can come around the outside of here. And then we put in a splitter like that. And then this comes across here like so. And then we put in another splitter here. Like that. And then we can have the output belt. This is going to be rocket fuel. That comes up to... I've put this in the wrong place. That comes up to here. This goes across here. We take out that and that, and it goes underneath. There! That's only slightly horrific, but you know, it'll work. Yeah, there's quite a bit of spaghetti going on at the side here, but, you know, I think that's sort of neat. And I can make it look a little bit tidier by removing that, and that, and that, and that, and that. There we go, that's not so bad. It's just, yeah, just all linking up nicely. I'm almost tempted to make these different colours so you can tell which one's which at a glance. In fact, let's do that. We're not going to need very much rocket fuel, so let's downgrade the rocket fuel belts. And then we have some. Well, to be honest, we're not going to need much calcite either, so I could downgrade. It doesn't. I could downgrade either and all of them. But there we go. That's. I think that's sort of pretty. I've made some colourful. I've put different types of sauce on my different flavours of spaghetti. There we go. Right, so that's going to produce enough steam. It's got an overflow for the peat that's going to inevitably come out of here. It's using up all the stromatolite that comes through from there. That's probably overkill with the furnaces there. We don't need that many, but you know what? I don't care. Up here, I should turn that back into a normal chest. I should turn that back into a normal inserter. I should get rid of the infinite water supply there. I will need to put water in. That's still a thing to be done. And I need to bring in the magical fluids. So the magical fluid is easy. That's another blueprint. So we go into the city block. We do a LTN fluid request. We stop pressing E for a moment so I can click on it. There we go, we do that. Fluid request is for magical fluid, that guy. And we are producing steam science, which is all the way down the bottom of the list because it's a science pack. Is that one. Tick, boink, there we go. And then we can just do an underground pipe from there to there and go, why don't you line up? Why are you like this? That's flooded, but that's come back from what was in the pipes. That's fine. I think this is now finished. I am quite tempted to drop it into the world and see what happens.
Could you fix the light oil on Arig next, please?
What's wrong with this? It's over. There's too much light oil and not enough petroleum gas. Okay. So we need to crack light oil into petroleum gas. That was a thing I was expecting to have to do eventually. I just hadn't done it yet through laziness. So we're going to want to do that. Like that. And then that comes up. Oop, no, that comes up there and goes in there. That goes across there. Goes under there too. There. Oh dear. The spaghetti is spaghettificating. Let's move that down one. Oh, all right. That makes more sense. Fair. Nope. Nope, I'm being a muppet. There we go. Apart from the chemical plant, that's now done. Where was I? Here. I was playing around with my steam science. Right. So I feel like that's correct. Let's drop a rate planner over it again just to see what we get and make sure all the numbers are happy ones. So we are seeing steam science is coming out fine. Hot metal, don't care. Steam is coming out a little bit. Again, kind of don't care. Right, so down here we're seeing all of these numbers are green except for the stromatolite, which I don't care about, and the gold ore, which is being recycled, which I also don't care about because we've got an infinite amount coming, well, a lot coming in from here. Okay, so that's fine. We now get on to the more difficult part. Well, I'll place this first and get it loaded up with the basics. But we are now going to get on to the more difficult part of the whole thing, which is going to be rebuilding Lignumis to bring the gold ore over to Nauvis instead of bringing the science packs. So we're going to need this to be near water. This looks like a suitable place to me. So I'll put you there. Dunk. Sorry, I didn't give a blueprint warning. I should have done. I apologise. Over to here. And then... offshore pumps are in here, Laurence. Haven't you played this game before? I cannot find offshore. Let's use the search. There it is. Knew it was in there somewhere. You go there, and then we pipe you in like that. Lovely. So I'm expecting to have not have any desecration furnaces on this planet. Yeah, they're the wrong shade of blue, so those aren't going to get placed. They are, however, a low priority. I could just put in a recycler along here to dispose of them, but that feels like a bit of a shame. So I'm going to try not to do that. Yes, hot metal prevents direct insertion, which makes the things a little bit different. And it's, and as long as you notice without too light, it doesn't take much to get round it. So it is a fairly minor thing. It probably doesn't really matter. It doesn't really add much to the game, but it's sort of fun, I think. I'm just going to upgrade these guys to greens, I think, because why not? There might be a fair amount of fat flowing through there. There is an alternative. Yes, I could put in a nuclear reactor. I feel that is genuinely silly. Unless, maybe I should have put it, instead of putting it there, I could have put it in here and then linked it into this nuclear reactor and stolen its steam. But that would probably have got me in trouble because city blocks are all supposed to be self-contained. So I think I probably shouldn't do that, really. Even if it's tempting.
Give you a task.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a chest up? Oh, yeah, you're right. Thank you for pointing that out.
We have a new rocket silo on Arig.
Hello, No Guard.
Okay.
And we need to yeet 2,000 raw diamonds on Robuska. No,
Okay.
not Robuska, on...
Make it happen.
Water
What
goes
was the
in
other
steam
one?
pipe.
Rubia.
Ruby.
You're right. Thank you.
Please make that happen, yeah. Because you did the heating stuff on the other end, right?
Yes.
Good catch, thank you. It wouldn't have done me much good if I tried to pump seawater into the science production facility. I don't think it would have appreciated it very much.
It'd have been funny though.
It would have been slightly funny in a face palming kind of way, but it would be simple enough to sort out that it wouldn't. I don't think it'd even be that funny, because it wouldn't cause a major catastrophe. It'd just be an oops, and I'd feel slightly silly. So,
Fair.
I mean, a little bit funny, yeah, sure.
No.
I'll go with that.
Do you know where we make raw diamonds?
Yeah, it's dead. Okay.
Thank you.
That's why I noticed the light all back up. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just chucked the one machine in for now for doing the light oil cracking, and I haven't put any clever logics in on it.
Yeah, no, and you disconnected the pipe to the raw diamond.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't realise that was. Oh, there's probably the underground pipe going all the way through, and I didn't. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I see how that happened. Do you want me to chuck in a tank and have it a couple of tanks and have it only run when there's a shortage of petroleum gas?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Okay. Because I know it's the sort of thing. It's a thing you're supposed to do when you set up this sort of thing. Tank. Tank goes there. Cable goes there, and we tell you to enable when pet gas is less than 15,000.
For your information, we can now drop stuff to Arig.
Cool.
I would use that only sparsely, so don't, upgrade everything to green belts now. Because I think it's nice for
green belts. Got it.
No, it's nice for Laurence to have a end stream save file with like a not too heavily modified version.
What could potentially be done if so? I don't know. Are we still? I know we're actually not quite so short of cactus as we were. I was going to say we could set up a cactus plantation on another island. Although now we've got the sand fill, Saltatory Sand Foundation, we could do it on this one over here and just completely cover that in cactus production, then run a belt over. Which is less exciting than than bringing it over by train, but certainly could be done.
It's definitely gonna be trains.
You are right. I did not set up the export station. Facepalm. And that's the one that's in the water as well. Okay, let's get that set up. I guess I did all the difficult bits, the bits that need where you need to think about the speed they run at and stuff like that. But I just forgot the easy bit, the rather important but also easy bit on the end, like that. The provided item here is going to be Steamy Sciences, these guys. And then we are going to need to not have this because those don't exist in the real world. Bring this down here. And across here. And in here. Yes, if I'd had it one square further out, I wouldn't have needed the landfill, but I was keeping this going in a straight line, and I feel like you're not really supposed to go outside the stone area when you're building these things. You're not supposed to go into the concrete area if you can avoid it. That's supposed to be for logistical stuff like the stuff coming off trains and sorting that out. Here we go. Here comes. Oh, we actually already had a trainload of rocket fuel because it doesn't stack very high. So we should
fully upgraded Foliax Labs. Legendary, full of legendary modules.
Hooray!
Gosh,
New legend.
that is. How many of them are like that? Oh, it's just a cut to 3. Okay, cool. I see. I wasn't sure whether you'd said singular or plural. I went over and looked at one and went, wow, that's that one. And then hang on, this one is as well. And this one. Oh, are they all done? No, they're not. Still, that's really nice.
Now I found we had 3 labs and about 12 modules. So
Okay.
I brought them over.
Mike,
Yeah, so Quagor,
thank
there is a way of alerting me that makes me notice, and that's doing the Twitch bits thing, but that costs actual money, so people don't do it very often, which is entirely understandable. But that does make an actual noise, which will make me then look up and notice it. The message highlights, no, I'm not going to notice those any sooner than I'm going to notice a normal message, I'm afraid. Sorry.
So, Mike, you know what would be even nicer?
Oh.
If that wasn't an iron chest, but a container.
Ooh.
Say that,
provider
but I don't
container.
think you mean it.
I mean that.
You know, it'd be even nicer if we had some magic fluid on Nauvis.
Nah, that sounds boring.
Yeah.
Just a little bit. We don't need a lot.
Storage. Passive provider.
Nope.
No? Active provider.
Hyperactive provider.
Passive provider container.
Yes,
Yes.
I thought that's what I said.
Yeah.
Did I not say that?
You just
There
said
is.
passive provider.
Oh,
Okay, I mean, in fairness, I sort of assumed the container bit was.
I mean, that's
Implied.
the specific part that's gonna be not easy here.
Cut
Not
that
straightforward.
Say that now.
there.
Yeah, we don't have red circuits.
And cut that
Don't
Oh,
one
we have red circuits.
there.
Because someone set up the blue circuits in a cheap way.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got blue circuits, but not red circuits, which is
With
which
green ones and blue ones, but no
satisfying.
red ones.
So what I'm hearing is I need to recycle some of the blue circuits down a tier.
I love it.
I like the way you think. It's disgusting, but I like it.
I am very likable, can confirm.
And disgusting.
Are you okay with me putting a cooling thing in here rather than just letting it go like that? Because it's horrible.
Yep.
Let us do a minimum effort rebuild of the build here. So that comes to here, then we'll join onto this belt once these science packs have been depleted. I'm also going to come over here and turn off the request for magic fluid, like that. Oop, actually, I could have just unticked it. I've got regrets. I don't know why, because it doesn't actually matter, but that was 1,000. I feel like
If you
I
have
don't.
the effort of going and fixing it, then you might
Yeah.
remember next time.
Yeah, I don't know, because we don't. In theory, we never need magic fluid on this planet again. But I am aware that I said in theory. You know what they say? In theory, theory and practice are the same, but in practice, they're not. What was that? I said a really deep, bassy explosion.
Congratulations. Don't brag about it, otherwise everyone will want one.
I'm very confused. Is that just me? Did you hear that, chat, or am I just going insane? Okay, more insane.
Chat, you know there's only one possible legit answer to that.
It came from. I'm pretty sure it came out. Yeah, more insane than expected. Now, it's entirely possible that it was just Mike sending weird noises through chat or something. This has been known to happen.
No, you've turned off.
Oh, I turned those off, didn't I? Because you kept making it happen.
Because you were boring.
Every so often there'd be
I
a duck
believe
noise.
you've done once, and you just turn them off.
She went, no, not having that.
Too much potential for abuse.
So I think you were in fun police mode that day.
Maybe. Okay, so there we go. That is now the iron ore can come through here from the iron ore plants, so that's good. We can carry on growing it, and it can be brought down from the mines because the plants are probably not going to be sufficient. Then once we've shipped out all of this science, I can come back and switch it over to start shipping out the gold instead. I'm going to let this run to use up the quantity of magic fluid that's in here, and the quantity of magic fluid and the quantity of gold plates that have already been made. So I'm going to let this run for a while. Don't let me forget to come back and check on Lignumis next week.
Mike, please fix this.
There was Quago says there's a weird low sound as well. So maybe it is the deep ore miner. That's possible.
Okay. Wow, was that backed up on coal? Yowza.
Yep.
I'm mean, they're not running at the moment, so we're not going to hear it. But yeah, maybe it is that.
I'm trying to think how best to do that. We've got too much steam.
I've got quite a lot of steam down here. Actually, it's only 80% full because I put a limiter on it. Okay, so this isn't going to do anything until the gold starts to be shipped in next time. But that's fine. We need to deprecate... Oh, I need to deprecate the magical steam too, which is currently sat over Lignumis. Let's send this over to... Right, so let us add an unselected selection with that 800. So I can remove these things without it actually being a complete removal. The calcite, we don't need calcite to be brought over to there anymore. Okay, we're getting some strong barrels up, that's good. So what I want to do is I want to swing by Lignumis to pick up the strong barrels that have been used up. But I also want to go to Nauvis and unload there to get rid of this all this magic fluid, because we might as well. And then we won't fill that back up again, but we will take the barrels back. So if we set this off to Nauvis now, we can't go because there's something on its way up, presumably. Probably some more empty strong barrels, but that's fine. We want them to be shipped off, not off Lignumis. Here they come. Hopefully there's only one rocket load coming in at the moment, or I'll be waiting quite a long time potentially. Bing. There we go. Yes. So now we head over to Lignumis, to Nauvis. We can unload all of this, all these strong barrels of magic fluid, dump them down there, have a little bit of have a bit of magic fluid down on that planet because it's struggling. And then to be honest, I can just leave it doing this loop because it'll fly back out to Igris. It'll pick up some more magic fluid, and it'll drop that off at Nauvis because Nauvis doesn't have enough at the moment. So if we have another ship bringing it over, that's got to be a good thing, right? I will leave this. I'll say that once again after getting Mark and Tristan's attention because it sort of affects them more than it does anything else. Are you guys listening?
Do you want to set a condition on Nauvis?
What do you mean?
On that, you have it. It's not waiting there deliberately.
Oh, I see. It wasn't doing anything with Nauvis, but yeah, I'll set an inactivity.
Well, you're dropping stuff off there now.
Yeah, but I've added that in so it'll turn up. It'll drop the magic fluid there because there's a massive shortage of magic fluid. This ship is mostly at the moment is there to take the empty strong barrels from Lignumis back to Igris. That's the main point of the ship. But I thought if it's doing that route anyway, it might as well drop the magic fluid on Nauvis on the way past.
Yeah, makes sense.
Then we take the. Well, we can't do this yet, but once all the science packs have been pulled through, we then also want to set up the Maluna transport to pick up, instead of picking up steam science packs, we want to set it to pick up gold, but we can't do that yet because there's lots and lots of steam sciences waiting to be picked up from that planet. So we want it to do that first, but then when we come in, we'll have to switch that over, and then we'll have to change the interrupt here to be from watching for steam science packs to watching for gold. So we'll start bringing that over. That's fine. We can do that when we get to it. But for now, we still need to wait until all the science packs get pulled through on Lignumis and something runs out. Now, I'm sort of expecting it to be the magic fluid that runs out first, because it usually is. And if it doesn't, then I might allow a bit more gold to come through, because I feel like I would like to use up all of the magic fluid, because that's the expensive stuff. The gold is basically free.
How much space is there on the ship? Could you just request both?
Plenty. Yes.
Because it'll presumably take from the Nauvis, the landing site, by priority. I don't know.
Oh, sorry. You're still on the magical steam.
No, I'm talking about the transporting the science.
No, because the science will stop flowing eventually. Stop being available.
Yeah.
And then the ship won't
leave.
But
if you're sending both...
We'll have to 2 minutes. I don't intend to have a point when I'm sending both.
I'm saying, why not allow both now so that it uses up the steam science, and sends that, but then he's automatically switched over.
Because I was going to use the same belt that's feeding the steam science in to feed the gold ore in. Because it's there and already plumbed in all the right places.
Yeah.
Tristan, could you improve the raw diamond production? It's limited by the amount of sulfur we are putting through the Sodomatron.
Okay.
Basically, the issue is that we dump the sulfur from these two facilities.
Okay, so yes.
And even some from here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, do we have not enough sulfur?
Yep.
Oh yeah, that doesn't look like a very empty belt. So yeah, sulfur. The yellow things, sulfur, gold, and stone, appear to be the ones that are in. There's a shortage of. I wonder what stone's going
So
into.
it's, I
bricks.
wouldn't upgrade the tech for now. We'll fiddle it, spaghetti it through, and yeah, once we basically have done everything, we can, and I don't know if we need the science on mass here. We could think about going to a different island and basically rebuild everything on a proper
On
tech
an
level.
industrial scale.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I note at the
Because
moment
we don't need the sifting for power production anymore, because we are now using the coal stuff, and so we could do a proper sifting and then using all the materials, etc.
So I note now we've got enough stuff to produce the rockets that we're trying to produce. There aren't many blue circuits, but there are enough that they are not the problem. The limiting factor now is the rate we are producing the science packs at. So that's going quite well. And the rate that the science packs are limited by the rate due to the speed we're producing the diamonds at, which is limited by
Sulfur.
Oh, sulfur. Okay. I haven't worked out why it's limited. Oh, because the down here using acid to make the carbon. Right. Yes. Okay. Hey, it's not my
Where
fault.
are we going to get heavy glass to make the containers?
You
Heavy
make it.
glass. Oh yes, heavy glass has to be made out of glass panels, I think.
And tungsten.
It's a new thing. Yep.
Where do we get the tungsten from?
Volcanoes.
Am I okay to fly some of that in?
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to get it over any other way.
Yeah,
Basically,
that's fine. That's right. That's right.
Unless you put down a couple of crystals. No, you can't have it come through hammer space because we haven't got that. That's an Aquilo tech reset level tech.
I'm going to assume there's no tungsten on board the line.
Seems like a foolish assumption.
Would be.
I don't know whether they would, but it's the sort of thing
No.
I wouldn't be surprised
No, there
if it was
isn't.
there.
Yep, fair enough.
I did forget the furnaces for the new science. You're quite right. They're not absolutely vital, but it's going to have problems if I don't make them at some point. So let's put them in.
Feel free to use an available ship to import it.
What, full time?
Yeah, it's not a one-time thing. It's we want to export the containers. It's one of the benefits from here.
What makes the container better than a regular chest?
The capacity
It's
is
bigger.
much bigger.
bigger.
It's 4 times the physical size, and it has crazy times the capacity.
Fair enough.
Desiccation
Are
furnace.
there any other ships which are doing import-export from here?
There's a science ship.
Yes, but we won't use that. So just use another ship.
Okay. The available ship 1, available ship 2, and available ship 3. I know they say they're available, but I also seem to remember Laurence commandeering one for something else.
I
and
did.
not renaming it.
But that's been made. I think that's no longer the case.
Nope.
If someone
There-
is planning on using an available ship and doesn't rename it, then
It's sort
No
of on
problem.
them.
yeah.
Although it's sort of also on the person who uses it, because they might the person who took it and didn't rename it might have made some modifications to it. So everyone's going to suffer, basically, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Desecration furnace. Desecration furnaces. Collection. And fly them over here.
So yes, Mike, the just make some containers job is quite a bit bigger than you probably expected.
It's a bit like when I asked him to
It's
just make some yellow
fine.
memory cards on Rabaska, isn't it?
Yep.
I'm sure it'll be fine, yes, but... still haven't got any
Laurence, do you
magical
need a
fluid
job?
down here. I'm just going to try and see if there's an obvious reason why we haven't got any magical fluid. I mean, it's because there isn't any in the tanks, but... yeah, the magical fluid is still a concern, by the way. So, yeah, but yes, I'm ready for a job.
Yes, so Mike will need some silica as well, so you might look into that and ask him to import some calcite while he is importing the tungsten as well.
Hey, Mike, could you import some calcite while you're importing tungsten as well?
Pardon, je ne parle pas, je ne comprends pas. Calcium sulfate. No, that's not.
No. I said calcite and I meant calcite.
Yeah.
Did you say silica, Mark?
Calcium sulfate?
Yes, silica.
Silica sand and silica. So silica comes from calcite and quartz and sulfuric. We don't have any sulfuric acid though, and then we make it in a squeezy boy. Do we have an acid pipe? Of course not. Where's the acid? Where's the acid self-contained? Why is the acid so self-contained? Oh no, we do have an acid pipe. I just couldn't see it because it's empty. Oh, and someone's put plastic on the same pipe, on the same belt, bus line. Grr. Honestly, I don't know whether that was my fault or Tristan's fault. They're in the same place, though, and that's a problem. Well, I say it's a problem. It's a minor annoyance. I'm going to have to run it. Where can I put it? Maybe, is there an ore that's in the way? Sorry, an ore that isn't needed. There's iron ore down here. There's copper ore here. Yeah, I could put it in where the copper ore goes. Okay, I was going to have to do that. So, and that means we don't need any of this, because there's nothing up here using it. I just ran the pipe up there because I thought we'd probably need it later. Turns out I was right. We just can't do that though. Right, so get rid of all of this, and then you go there and there. There's a normal pipe in there. Right. There's just about enough of us standing around on this planet that I could lay this, and most of it, in fact, all of it up to here got built. That's quite cool. I don't think the magic fluid wells have run dry. I think it's just that we're using it so quickly, we're not bringing it over fast enough. Where am I looking for? Igris, that one. So, yeah, we've still got 185% there and 1,341% there. So there's no problem with the wells. The pipe is full. And Mark did an upgrade last week, I think. So there's now 2 machines loading the barrels up as quickly as possible. And there's a decent amount of buffer along here. And I think he put in an extra rocket to launch them as well. Although Tristan has just broken that. What Tristan's doing, causing shenanigans. Tristan is working on it at the moment.
2 more. I've reassigned the rockets at the bottom to be.
Oh, okay. Cool. Tristan is causing minor shenanigans, but he's increasing the amount of magic fluid we're shipping out. So they're good shenanigans. Yeah. Right. So that'll increase the amount we can launch. We can launch or how quickly we can launch it when a ship turns up, and it may or may not mean that we then run out of these machines can't keep up. We shall see. But no, the patch is fine. It's just the whole logistic system of getting it from the patch to the big tanks on Nauvis is insufficient, and we'll have to work out where. So yeah, more transport capacity is needed at some point.
Guys, quick question. I have the blueprint sandboxes things available on my character, while not on the sandbox. Do you see that as well?
What?
Like in the crafting menu on your character, when you press E.
Oh yeah.
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 I mean, we can't make any.
No, but
they shouldn't be there.
They shouldn't be there, yeah.
I don't have the ingredient.
I was happily talking when we were when I was muted. We know this one. Whenever someone's in the blueprint editor, it adds it to everyone's menu.
Oh,
yeah, I was
okay.
just gonna say, is it because I'm in there?
Yeah.
Right.
So
Okay.
if I move out of there,
yeah,
now
it's
It's gone now. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, could I borrow you in a side channel, please?
Yes, in a minute.
What's that doing? Oh yeah, silica.
All right.
If I run out of presses.
Okay.
I have run out of
Tristan, I
presses.
placed the splitter for sulfur.
Big one. Big one.
Um,
Cog. Okay, Mitchell, well, thanks for dropping in. See you next time. I'll be back on Wednesday, of course, for more shenaniganery.
I didn't understand what you said, Mark.
I placed the yellow splitter for sulfur. This one.
Over on the left hand side. Okay.
Yep.
I hadn't registered that
Silica.
that wasn't placed.
Right, so I've done. There's always something in the way. It's usually a pylon, right? Oh, we've run out of pipes. Great. Oh, bother. No, we'll spaghetti that through. No, I should probably. Well, actually, no. I can do it like this, can't I? How many ingredients are there? Two solids. Right. So we'll do that, and then that can go from there to there instead. Then we can put in la 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 there, and then there. What have I blocked out of curiosity? Nothing, because this is above the bus technically. So it's
We are low on gold, by the way, raw gold.
There's quite a lot available on Lignumis.
Well,
But you have to get.
ship it over.
You have to burn. We have to burn an enormous quantity of science first.
Hmm. Yeah, we're not sifting out a huge amount of it, basically, which makes sense.
Are we still
Actually,
sifting at full
allegedly
speed?
we are. Are we just?
Oh no, we're fairly full on sand.
No, it's
That's the
diamonds.
problem. So we're not sifting at full speed.
Is this quartz? I
With
think it
eight
is.
No, wait.
Yes.
So that's it's pure sand.
I think we're just trying to use it faster than we're making the stuff.
I think that is
that might also be the case.
a good summary.
But we're not. We're backed up on pure sand, which means the sifters aren't running flat out.
Yeah. I mean, we could just vent some of that temporarily.
We are also voiding sand on.
What's the other thing?
Gold ore
Calcite.
on 2 of the systems.
Eh? Where?
Where you're standing, because that's just. I've just filtered out sulfur because Mark said, "Hey, we need sulfur." But this is just a power generation, or was originally.
Yeah.
So everything was being dumped. So we're dumping the gold ore from it.
I mean, on the one hand, fair enough. On the other hand, it feels kind of rough that we're running low on resources in one place and dumping it somewhere else.
Yeah, I think Tristan's
we weren't
implication
getting
here
loads.
is that we should start pulling it from there and doing something more sensible.
Yeah, I think that is a fair implication. Should think about the amount of space available.
It's Factorio. There's infinite space. Right. Okay. When
I
that.
want to put 2 filters on a splitter.
Yeah.
Hang on. Where there is a will, there is a way.
Oh yeah, you could have a randomizer combinator that just flicks back and forth between your two things incredibly quickly. I don't think it would work, actually, come to think of it, but it would be.
Yeah, no,
It wouldn't
I'm not.
work, but
Not enthusiastic about that one, to be fair.
no, I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work. Having thought
What
about
I
it for a
can
couple of
do
seconds longer than I
is-
said initially.
This, and then that.
Well,
this-
well,
Ah!
no.
What doing? I've done it. I've put a gold one in. Oh, Well,
I'm just hearing concerned mic noises, and I'm
I don't
concerned
think you
by
want
the
to be
concerned
doing that,
mic noises.
Tristan. I do not think you want to do that. Because you're now contaminating the...
Yeah, you changed a bunch of things at the same time as I was changing things,
I
and
put a fix in, it's fine.
I don't know what you did.
I just added a splitter for gold. Let's put that back like that, and it will work again. If I put the gold on the right side, it will work again.
Where's that gold going?
One step at a
Exactly.
time.
Yep.
One step at a time.
That's what I was sorting out, and then
Mike happened. Yeah.
Right, so are you thinking about putting it onto the sulfur line?
yeah.
Okay, so let's... This is somewhat spaghetti-esque.
Somewhat.
Yeah.
That.
Yep, fair. Let me make one of those.
Yeah, we don't have red
And
belts on this
then-
planet by standard.
Yeah.
You
Ah,
missed.
yeah.
Yeah, I've been there. You need to make as people have been telling me for quite a long time, you need to make belt immunity equipment.
I just don't want to move that fast. Like, it's surprisingly inconvenient. More often
Oh,
than
Alt
it's
E to turn exoskeletons off.
Or just
Thank you.
if you
Or click
always
the
don't
button.
want to, just
Or
don't
go
know.
map mode, or yeah.
Okay. Do we not want this to be one on either side of the belt, or are we just accepting that?
Oh, there's not much to but it's probably worth side balancing up here or somewhere. But
Yeah. Okay, let's do that.
Right, Mike.
Hi.
When you provide the landing pad with calcite, then I shall provide you with silica. Or there is a machine that will produce some
Oh, that's
silica.
very kind of you. Very kind of you. The ship is on its way over.
Cool.
I think it is anyway. I need to actually add the requests in. Calcite.
It's about the cal copyright we had on the other planet.
Tungsten. There we go.
Stan of tongue. Ooh, I've got some
incoming.
cacti. Thank you. And that.
Anyways, I assume they're going to land slowly. Yoink. There's the first one. Ooh.
Bonk. And then out it
No
comes.
bonking.
Out it comes
Dun, dun.
very, very slowly. Ooh, here comes another one.
There's tungsten.
Wang.
I think my unload is a little more efficient than yours, just saying.
It's quicker. It's less efficient though because it's using more power.
Fine.
The system I've set up is will use 1 calcite per second, so I don't really care.
Fair.
It can be upgraded as and when required. I've just put in the 1 for now because why put in more basically? Yeah, I'm not going to complain about that going along there because there's nothing else to go there before. You
It's almost like I thought about it and everything.
almost, but
Yeah, it's
if
true.
you'd really thought about it, you'd have merged those 2 belts here. But never mind.
You say that, but no.
Right, I have made some silica. It is now on, it
Congratulations.
is on its way. Gosh. Okay, it is the deep miner that made the sort of the distant, dim and distant explosion noise. Good. I'm glad it's not just me going insane then. Science production is happening at 2,500, so science is running at a bit more than quarter speed. But but is not running at its full potential. Presumably because we have a shortage of the Rabascan science packs, or they haven't been distributed properly across all of the
They're only in one area.
labs. So it's running at
Laurence,
quarter speed. Yes.
you're looking for a job.
I guess so. Yeah. I've been sort of doing things a little bit piecemeal, pick and mix as I go. But yeah.
So, what would be nice if we would be able to fly robots here on Arig,
Would it?
and
What do we
Yeah.
need robots for? Okay. Do you want me to have a look into
For
the
expansion.
dustproof roboport?
Yes,
Or whatever it's
please.
called. So we have this guy, the dust-resistant roboport. Okay, so that's going to require red circuits. So I'm afraid we can't do that. We haven't got red circuits.
okay, then just give
So,
up.
Yeah, basically, it's a non-starter, I'm afraid. It's a nice idea. I like the way you think, but it just doesn't seem to be practical. Oh, God, this island. Where am I going to put? So I need plastic, I need green circuits, and I need copper, all of which we have. Plastic, green circuits are up here. They don't even go onto the bus. They're just being put in a box. Okay, well done, me. Yeah, okay. I guess it's just carry on along here with more... Oh, hey, you know what? We can drop in from the sky now. Cliff explosives. What's that? Ooh, big cliff explosives. Wow. Let's have some of that. Right, because that means over here I can put in a... Oh, we can bring in... At this point, am I allowed to start bringing in advanced machinery, like electromagnetic plants?
No, I wouldn't. Don't tech upgrade, please, for now.
Okay.
So if you need a chem plant, or if you need more yellow belts, or on this tech level imported, although there are no yellow belts on the line anymore, but
Yellow belts are being made on this planet in adequate
yeah, I know,
quantities.
but,
They're not
but keep it
enormous,
on this
but I
tech
know
level for now.
Yep. Okay.
Right,
Oh, I should have nicked some green circuits. That would have been easier. This is sort of why I make these things. Try again.
Tristan,
There we go. That's a bit better.
you're still collecting the diamonds for the eating?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Do we want many red circuits?
Does it make sense to just expand the production? I think we have everything.
Possibly. I set it. So we were lacking sulfuric acid for making the carbon. I dumped a whole load of extra sulfur in there,
Ah, okay.
but it's
So
now
it's a
probably-
manual boost, or
Yeah. Basically off the end of the belt.
okay. Ah, okay.
While you're away, so sulfur and gold ore are coming from the 2 extra mining patches.
Okay, nice.
Red.
Supply.
What I am going to request from the lime is inserters, because I'm fed up of making those by hand. It's got silly. And nobody bothered to make an inserter production system because that requires green circuits, and we didn't really have a nice green circuit system, so I can't say I blame them, but also it got silly.
We're hand feeding. I've just realised this here. There is no way it can get basic circuit boards to it.
I wonder who set that up.
A name springs to mind, all right?
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I mean, with these sort of things, traditionally you put the basic circuit boards would go in here, and then the green circuit boards would go in here.
Where?
Like that, on the side.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
So they can be
Yeah.
got in there. It would just require some truly heinous spaghetti.
So, I mean, my comment really is not that it couldn't be done; it's that it's not being done.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I completely concur. It could be done.
In the tech tree, third row down, third from the right,
What's that?
there's biochamber productivity bonus. We have researched number 1, but biochambers are still being produced at plus 50% productivity, and it doesn't seem to have affected other recipes from what I saw.
Have you checked in the
In bonuses.
bonuses? Yeah.
I couldn't find it in there.
There are so many bonuses.
Yeah. I think that's probably why Tristan said he couldn't find it rather than it's not
Yeah.
in there.
I'm assuming plus 5% or plus 55%.
Those do seem like numbers. They also seem like likely numbers, if I'm being vaguely helpful, rather than just sort of being whatever it was I was being. I don't know what I was being.
Yeah, I don't see. I don't see any numbers that are either of those.
Yeah.
So I hope you don't mind, Mark. I'm just casually moving green circuits throughout the factory to the right place.
Okay.
Okay, what? I don't understand what you mean. Rather, I don't even know whether to be cross or not.
As in, so that the belts. There we are. So that will now get green circuits.
Oh, I see. Like that. Oh, I see what you mean.
It's a little spaghetti. It's a lot of spaghetti, is this, to be honest. But it will now produce these things in its own time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You all right?
Yeah, I would agree that it's a good thing to do.
Watching, going, why is it not producing? So, oh yeah, because it's not got the resources plundered.
Yeah, I have to admit, I got lazy halfway through the build.
Tristan?
Yep.
Could you improve the light oil production, please?
Sure. Let's figure out where it is. Thank you. Oh, it's just from cracking. Okay.
Yep.
Unleash the Kraken. Wait, you don't go there. You go there.
I don't know. Laurence wanted to set up some logic here. If he did. Oh yeah, he did. Okay.
I did, yeah.
Yep.
Do you know how well we're doing for petroleum gas?
We're
So, as in, should I be using the recipe that produces both, the one that's being used already, or?
I think you can, yes.
Yeah. He's... Oh, damn it, pylon.
And we like spaghetti at the moment, don't we?
Yeah.
Delicious. I had spaghetti for dinner.
Spaghetti within reason. Yes.
I don't know if it was within reason. It had meatballs.
Who defines what is within reason?
Mark.
Not you.
Not me. Oh.
Mark, because it's his planet. So if he comes and hates it, then you have to redo it.
I mean, in fairness, that is a very reasonable answer.
That's what happened with my circuit builds on Vulcanus. Sophia didn't like my approximations for proportions, and so he made me redo it.
Seems very fair to me.
Oh yeah, having a belt round the outside to collect the red circuits would be a good idea.
Okay, we're now making containers.
Why was I doing this?
Not especially fast, mind, but we are doing it.
Also the logistic ones.
Roboports.
Yeah, one step at a time, mate. One step at a time. Come on. I've just got these ones going.
Glass panel circuit plastics.
Blimey.
That's
I want
convenient.
everything.
So we can get. So now I'm trying to make the dust resistant roboport. So I need steel, red circuits, glass panels, and cactus plastic bars. That I believe is glass panels and cactus plastic bars. So that's already in the right area. That means I only need to spaghetti in the steel, which is here. I don't know why I'm still doing the underground belts here. It's not like there's going to be any more bus going any further than that. Probably. But, you know, never mind.
But is it making you happy?
Delirious.
Uh,
Which may be a different question.
I was going to say, because if it makes you happy, then it's all worthwhile.
Oh.
Ah, diddums.
Yeah, so I didn't bother making... The reason I didn't bother doing finishing off the splitters was mostly laziness, and I'm not going to deny that because that would be dishonest. But it was also because splitters are required in much lower quantities than basically anything else. So I don't feel quite as bad handcrafting a handful of splitters compared to gigantic quantities of the undergrounds and the normal belts. So that's why. I don't know if you actually care as to my logics behind that, but that is the reasoning.
I mean,
and also because it was difficult to get the parts in for them, and therefore if something was going to be missed out like that, it was going to be the splitters, because they're difficult to make, or the parts are harder to come by, and also they are less needed.
Mike, other builds might need the heavy glass as well.
they might. It is certainly a possibility that I'm willing to consider. It does build rather slowly.
Heavy glass. Oh, heavy glass.
Yeah.
There are productivity bonuses available for it that we can research. Should we have these spare packs?
I feel it would be worth it, to be honest.
Mark has queued that one of them. Currently, the cactus plastic is fine, so it's probably worth doing the other one first.
Yep.
Swapping around.
Yep.
Okay, let's try and... this is kind of spaghetti, not gonna lie.
This is traditional. I mean, this is how we like factories to be, right?
Yes.
Embrace the spaghetti, but not too hard, because it might crack into 3 pieces. Yes, we all have spaghetti every Monday. You're quite right. Have we got the power for advanced machines? That's a very good question. Let's have a look. We've got like 20 megawatts headroom at the moment, which is some. It's not an amazing amount, but it's enough that we can build without worrying too much. But you're right. If we start using advanced machinery and modules and beacons especially, it's going to very, very quickly skyrocket, and we're just not going to be able to cope. So for now, I think yes, it's fair to say that we have the power head. We don't have the power headroom for advanced machinery, but we have plenty of headroom for expanding the way we're going at the moment. Yes, the standard red circuit build. I like this one. It's even better when you have a second set of it, because then it snakes back into an S shape. But yeah, I like this because I think it makes sense, because you've got the cable builder in the middle runs at 6 times the speed, because you get 3 per second. These are using half per second, so you want to get 6 machines round one cable maker, and this just fits nicely. And you can then have just one belt running round like this to feed them all. It's slightly nicer, I guess, when you have. It's just slightly more fiddly when you end up with the second row, because then they have to have the inserters and exserters the opposite way round. But it's manageable. Just takes a little bit of rotating and fiddling. And then, of course, as soon as you start putting productivity modules into everything, it's completely way out, and so then it stops working. But for this, for a basic build, I quite like it. Oh, it's just a rock. It can go there.
Ooh, first roboport.
Second
Nice.
roboport.
Second one, nice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's all right. I'm just going to go and try and find a way to add them throughout the factory now, which is going to be fun because the factory is quite tightly wound. I mean, closely built.
Right.
I'm glad we've got whichever mod it is that puts the Roboport view on the Roboport's range visible on the when you're trying to put things down, when you're trying to put other Roboports down, because without that this would be incredibly annoying.
Just a shame he doesn't do the dashes, which would be nice.
That would be very nice, but you know what? I'll take what I can
I
get.
assume it's not possible.
I won't put that in the middle. Is that right in the middle of the cactus farm? Yes, it is.
There we are, heavy glasses on the bus.
Genuine spectacle. Oh, I can't quite fit that in there. Here would be a great place to put one because it cover this whole area. Alternatively, I put it down here and I miss out just the very edge of that bit. Or I do both, I suppose, and go. Roboports will be relatively cheap once we've made enough of them. Just put them in wherever, and wherever, and however, and all over the place. Can you go there? No. I'm also trying to be lazy about the. Oh no, we've got sand fill now, haven't we? So I can put that there.
Yes, we're still light on Doldor. Although at the same time, the idea of recycling the blue circuits to get red circuits might genuinely just be a bit silly.
Are we light on gold?
We've got red circuits now, Mike. I've just made them.
We've got plenty of gold.
Top right.
Oh, perfect. Oh, sorry, yes, of course, that's what you're talking. Yeah.
We haven't got very many, so be slightly careful, but they exist. Right, I've dropped in quite a lot of Roboports. A lot of them are. I've done it fairly arbitrarily though, so do feel free to shuffle them around if you think they could be better, if they're in the way or they could be better placed.
Yep, thank you.
But try not to break the links between them, obviously. Only a few of them currently exist, but you're making these special boxes. Nice.
Yeah.
I approve.
Next machine to build would be something water harvesting.
Yeah.
If you want to look into that, please.
Water harvester is steel, heavy plates, and solar panels. Interestingly. Okay. And solar panels are just they're copper.
Is it the regular ones or the advanced ones?
The regular solar panels?
Okay.
Interestingly, which is a weird one. Problem is, let's see, solar panels are normal glass. I suppose actually we have stone, therefore we can have sand, and therefore we can have glass, but still. And we might already have done that. And then green circuit, steel and copper. Okay.
I haven't seen glass anywhere, but I might be wrong.
No, I don't think I have either. But I think I've seen potential for glass in that there is sand. And I mean, no, there isn't. There is stone, which can be made into the other sort of sand, like this.
Compacted sand.
No, uncompacted sand.
Oh, stone is compacted sand, I mean.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yes. Although that one is a dirty burner drill that I chucked some coal, burner crusher that I chucked some coal in and then ran away from. So it's not very long-termy. This, I'm mostly being lazy when I say this, but I feel like this might be one of those builds that's best left until we have a proper island. with a bit more space on it. Although maybe not. Maybe I can come up with some horrendous way of squeezing some stone over here and then crushing it. Actually, there's a stone patch up here. I could drop a mining drill on that. And there's one right up in the top right. Okay, I'm going to do this backwards because it's gross and slightly funny. So right, if I dig up the stone there, then we can make that into the glass, and at that point, we need to bring in the copper, the steel, and the electronic circuits. We've got all of those in this area already. Copper is here. It could do with this could do with being split off, to be honest, because then could go somewhere else. Maybe if I turn this red belt round, so that I can bring the copper along here. So that's copper and steel, and green circuits are already coming along here thanks to Mike. I just need to go in and put splitters in properly for all of that. But that's fine. I can do that. So that's all of these things to make the solar panels. Then, well, we've already got steel because I've just mentioned it. That's solar panels, and the heavy glass is here somewhere. I think. Oh no, it's not. Mike, how are your containers getting in? Oh, are you making them in the storage container?
Haven't fully solved that yet. They're currently here. And what I was thinking is long insert to pull them out of that and just belt them over.
Okay. Can I make an alternative suggestion?
You can make the suggestion.
Could you bring the heavy glass over there and produce the containers?
On the bus.
Okay.
Here.
Oh yeah, so it is. Well, in that case, you could just produce the containers over here.
I mean, you're not wrong.
And feed that in. Because if you do that just to the right of where I'm doing the roboports, then you could drop them onto the other side of the green circuit belt. Yeah, like that.
Yeah, you're not wrong. And that probably is actually the best way of doing it.
Especially the silica. Silica is fairly close by. That could be easily stolen. And also, this means that brings the metal over. Not the metal. The heavy glass over for me. So if I put another one in up here, and tell that I wanted to make. My brain has gone pop. Oh yeah, water harvesters. That guy. So that's going to then bring in. Well, one of these is going to be the input for that. Then we're going to have the. That doesn't need green circuits. It needs steel, which is right over here. Oh, and I need a yellow storage bin.
Laurence, the solar panels you're gonna make are gonna be used for the advanced solar panels and the next tier after that as well.
Okay. Maybe I should run some of this stuff a bit higher up. Wow, these storage containers take a long time to build.
Yes, they do.
Oh, it's only 20. It's only a 20-second crafting time, but because we're running at half speed, they take a long time to build.
Does anybody have a steel furnace?
Not on me, I'm afraid.
No.
Okay.
I have 2 stone furnaces and some steel, which is almost the same thing, but not quite. Alright, so I'm going to need to take the steel and the copper. Let's try to get this right. Steel, copper, and green circuits. Okay. So, as I was saying earlier, this should be designed slightly differently. As I was saying earlier, this should be designed slightly differently. We should have this go that way, like so, and so, and then here we should have a splitter like that, because then that can go along there, and then we have copper and steel and so forth available further along the belts. Mike, use a splitter.
I did use a splitter. Look, here.
Mike, use another splitter.
Oh, all right. Where do you want it to go?
I just want you to when you're splitting it off the bus. I want you to use a splitter so that it works.
This isn't the bus. The bus
It's become a bus.
down here. Sanctity of the bus, mate. Sanctity of the bus.
The bus has no sanctity, but it'd be nice if it carried on driving.
Sanctity of the bus. This is the. Oh. There's some sand here.
There's quite a lot of that around.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've noticed, but we're on a desert planet.
Are we?
I know, right? I was surprised too,
Whoa.
but turns out
That's. Dude.
it is indeed a dude.
Right. Where are we? Oh, tired. Inserters. More inserters. Always more inserters.
Cool. These solar panels are complicated.
Yes.
The irregular ones?
Yeah, they're only complicated because the stuff I want is miles away from where I want it. It's not really that bad, but it is just a little bit much. And because I decided it'd be fun to try and just build it up by the stone patch, because why not? So, oh yeah, there's a chest I didn't limit, wasn't there? You're probably right, I should put a limit on that. Where was it? It was here. There we go.
Just so you're aware, Laurence, with that wood harvester, you see these output belts here. If we're going to export these containers,
Yeah, they might want to go off to a rocket silo, yes. That's why I deliberately put the rock water silo thing halfway in between the two. However, that said, it's a silly place to put it. It doesn't have any of the stuff it needs. I could probably put it on the other side of the belt for when your heavy glass makes it over here.
yep, no worries. Is that what's missing? Heavy glass.
Yes, I believe so.
Cool. So I mean, if stupid.
I'm having a sort of minor regrets from this whole sort of adventure that I'm going on up here. I think bringing the resources up to make solar panels up here was a silly idea, and I probably shouldn't have done it. I should have just brought the stone. I should have just brought the sand or the stone back down again. But yeah, yes, it is. This is, as you say, Quagor. This is a little bit silly. I don't know. I have no excuse. I have many excuses, but I don't have any particularly valid ones. Where's the mining drills and all of this stuff? Here. That requires iron, which is the one thing I haven't brought up here. I mean, I know steel is just glorified iron, really, but it's not quite the same. That's not iron, that's heavy glass. Don't pick that up instead. It won't do the same stuff. There they are. Ooh,
Right, there we go.
Yes, this was an extremely silly business, and I have
Just
minor.
be careful with the beacons, please.
My beacons do mean modules.
I mean modules, yes.
Let's do
Power
that.
consumption has doubled in the last.
Yep.
In fairness,
I don't want to use one of
half an
those
hour.
because it burners. I don't want to use one of those for the same reason. That's a deep miner. I don't want to use. Do these have a quality problem? No, the electric crusher would do. Okay, let's go make a couple of electric crushers. What did that require again? It was the steam crushers that were problematic. Engine units and stone bricks.
Okay, so Mark,
Yes.
here all 5 types of container are being created. All 5 types of colored container. It does slightly upset me that it's a regular container with colour on it, and it's not just add paint, but glossing. You can even see there the first two
Oh yeah.
yellow ones just sat there waiting. I've
Yep.
just done this as an output for now,
Yes. Put it.
pending.
I'd say request passive provider chests and put it in there.
Sorry, request passive provided chests.
Yes. From the line.
Yes, got you. Gotcha. Line.
You can do it on the landing pad as well.
Okay. Incoming landing pad. Or incoming to the landing pad. That's calcite, that's fine.
Right. Sand. Get the right type of sand. I think it's that sand. Sand into glass is done in a furnace, I believe. Can I make an eclectic furnace? I could have had some more stone bricks. Okay, that's not too bad. Can do that. Yoink. One eclectic furnace, please. No, don't make that one, whatever it was. Hugo there. And then we unload like that. A bit more power. Do I have a big pylon? No! Because that'd be far too easy. Can I make a big pylon? Oh yeah, I can make 3 of them. Be enough. Right, so that'll be my... That's my sand. So, you know, I kind of wish that down here I could have put the copper and the steel onto the same belt, and then only had 2 belts coming up here. I would put something on the other side of it. Well, I could still do that. I'll just end up with a lot of copper in my inventory, which is fine. So if we do
Okay, done.
that, and then
Yeah, Mark.
Thank you.
Right, it's 11:15. So unless there's anything particularly urgent for me, then I might make a move.
well, we are busy making a spectacular mess, all for you. So
For me?
maybe it's for Mark actually, given it's his planet.
I was going to say. Yes. Okay. In that case, I will step out here. Thanks for the game. I leave with you with news that my wife has found out that I replaced our bed with a trampoline. When that happened, she hit the roof.
Ba-dum.
But, well, yeah, exactly. That was
Ba-doing.
about the drum kit. Yes, and I might have persuaded her to join us for Mecha Chameleon on Thursday.
Gosh.
Shameless plug, shameless plug, shameless plug.
Oh, this is getting back to the did you know Mike streams thing, isn't it?
I mean, sort of. But only sort of.
Why is picking up not working very well? I'm confused.
Right. Good night, all. Thanks for the game. Good
Right,
night, chat.
see you next
Bye,
time.
Mike.
See
Bye-bye.
you all on Thursday.
See you, Mike.
See you. Bye.
Bye bye. Right, I am finally making Solola Lala panel Lewanley's. Well, I've finally got all the bits and pieces in place to do so. I just haven't got any power. That would help too, wouldn't it? Right, so now I need to put in those big pylons I was making earlier. So we'll put one up here. Mark has come over to look on in despair at what I have wrought, because it is genuinely horrible. I was I got a little bit carried away with the horrible, to be honest. All right. Now that Mike has Mike even brought out his heavy glass? I could bring that up too, I guess. Also, there's copper on my steel belt. There we go. I mean, I knew that was going to happen. It's because of the way I put it together. I think I'm going to run into a problem where there isn't any heavy glass because none of it's going to get past where Mike is taking it all to make something important. The boxes. So we want a water harvesticator here. This guy. Which is that and that, and then more steel. In fact, you know what? Down here, let's be sensible about this. Let's be slightly sensible about this, even if that's not really what I'm going for with my current building style. We want the heavy. This guy. Go to the right, and then we'll take that away like this. There we go. So that'll come up here. So we don't actually want this silica. Only Mike wants silica because he's a silly something. Oh, give me that. There we go. Right. And down here, I will give you all of my silica because I don't want it. Right. So then up here, I can pull up a chunk of, I'm going to pull out a chunk of this belt. And then I'm going to put in a splitter here, which pulls out steel to the left. Good. And I can do that. And then I can do that. No, I can't. I can do that and that and that. And that. And that. And as if by magic, a water doohickey will appear. And if I put down one of these guys here, we can chuck them into it like this. Now they won't go anywhere because we're outside Roboport range, but that is fixable by copying this guy, putting him in, oh, it's too far away, putting him here, and then giving him a friend here. Nope, here. And yes, he will need power, like that. Okay, so additionally, we're going to be making the advanced solar panels, these guys, which is glass panel. Oh, I do need the silica. Bother. And the glass panels. But that's okay, the glass panels are coming up. And so is the silica. So actually, or so will be the silica. So if I come back down here and I go, actually, no, you know what? I do want both of those, it turns out. Who'd have thunk it? That can go around there. And then into here. I'm sort of enjoying this advanced spaghetti build style that I'm playing with at the moment. It's mildly entertaining. And I thought I did limit the Roboport production. Yeah, I went back and limited that one. I did it the lazy way rather than the good way, but I did limit it. Oh, this guy should probably be here in order to cover this thing.
There's one more tier behind the advanced solar panels.
Okay. Used in floating hot solar panels. Yeah, oh yes, that was the steel plate heavy glass. Steel plate heavy glass advanced. Okay, so it's basically the same. This is steel. This is glass panel. Oh no. Oh no, this is glass panel, not heavy glass. Damn it. I've got one in one early. So you are going to do the floaty one, that guy. And it turns out this is wrong. So what do you need? Steel and heavy glass. So you'll get the steel. Let us rethink this because this is all wrong. So you need the, actually no, you do need the silica, but you need the glass panels, not the heavy glass. They are in fact different, you can tell because of the spelling. Whereas you need the steel and the heavy panels. So everything needs everything and nothing works. Good. And you need one of those there as well. So we need to find glass panels. Where? These are glass panels, aren't they? Yes. So this is going to carry on anyway because we're going to be putting in more rocket silos sooner or later, I'm sure. And Mark said he wanted them to go sort of diagonally. So I've put a couple in like that because of the assumptions. Or I could put them in like this. In fact, if I move this one up a bit, I could put one there, and one there, and there. Have we got room to get the belts in around that? I don't think so. No, because we need 2, so that won't work. Oh, fine. Too good to be true. 1, 2, 3. Three. Three's a number, right? So we can then bring this over to here, and this will go up here like this. And this is, yes, this is the ones I want. Do. Comes up here, like this, and there we go. You know, I think I kind of do apologise for my spaghetti, because this is genuinely ridiculous. I've gone completely. I'm completely out of control. Who knew? There we go. But I've put in potential for some more rocket silos, so I'm sure Mark will be happy with that. And will forgive me all my crimes against Factorio.
I will not.
He will not forgive me my crimes against Factorio. Oh well, never mind. Not even if I make you floating solar panels. I mean, supported solar panels.
I mean, yeah, there are some options.
Don't worry, I'll make sure to thoroughly blame myself when I come to make a video about all of this. I won't just say it's all Mike's fault. Only the bits that are. Right, so right, so this is coming. This heavy glass stuff is coming from all the way around here, and that's just being made incredibly slowly because it's a. Oh, it's only a 5-second build, but a 5-second build for something that's being used in significant quantities over here to make these box things is still pretty slow. It is still rather a lot, and these are all capacity limited, so it will eventually stop at stack size of 50. Great. So it will eventually stop, but it's going to be a very, very long time until it does, and also all the steel has vanished. And all the green circuits as well have as well. And Mike has put his heavy glass build directly on top of the green circuit build and fed it out in both directions. Oh, that's just going out to the splitter production down there. So there's not really room to expand this up here. But it is it's copper and iron, and I have copper over here, but I don't have iron. So that's not going to be an easy expansion. Yeah, I think as messes go, this is one of the bigger ones. One of the tangledier ones. I think probably Vulcanus is the biggest of the tangles, but it's a bit more organised. It's not quite as spaghetti as the end bits of Arig. But then on Vulcanus, I was going to say there's no limits on how you can build, but actually there have been some limits on how we can build because of all this lava. So there's been some fiddly awkward bits. But then we've developed things like cliff explosives and then been able to just drop in big repeated patterns like this one. But when we started off, there was quite a lot of spaghetti going on this planet, and there still kind of is. And that's despite a lot of the, at least all the mall stuff over here being done by bot. So, not the belts, but a lot of the other stuff is being done by bot. So, yeah, that's fairly spaghetti as well. Oh, you need a pylon. Alright, what are these? So what do these guys do? You can't put them on normal land. You can only put them over the oceany stuff. but you still have to have pylons within range of them. That kind of sucks. And I guess the idea is that you build the substations, which I can't afford because I don't have any red circuits. I guess the idea is you build a substation, or you put the substation on a small amount of sand fill, and then you just surround it with these guys. So that can be plugged in there like that, and then we can link it in like so. So, or you end up putting these out here like that, and then surrounding them with the floating supported solar panels. It's a bit of a shame that they don't have built-in pylons, to be honest. Even if it's only a sort of a relatively short range pylon, I'd like to see these just be able to be dropped down and be self-sufficient, essentially. What is the state of both solar panels? They're saying good night, because apparently night is falling. But they are nominally working. They produce 201 watts on average over the last 10 hours. Yeah, they are... But that's something else. They are not currently working because they've gone to sleep. But they did. See there you go. That green line there. That they produced some. They did produce some power, and they fed it into the main electrical network. So, kind of worked. Kind of not. Kind of not great. Oops, stuff's still falling from the sky. Lovely. How are we doing with all of our supplies? Okay, we have a massive shortage of steel. Because there's only four steel furnaces making it, and it's getting swallowed over here en masse in order to make, well, everything. So I feel this is one of those things where we built up quite a big stockpile of steel because we weren't using it very much, and now suddenly we've started to use it for these boxes and for the solar panels and for just trying to fill up this bus, and so it just can't keep up. It feels weird that I can stand on the sand when I stop moving. Now that's perfectly expected because it's it's sand. You can stand on sand, but it still feels slightly weird because it's functionally it's an ocean, and you fly over it when you're moving as well. So it feels a bit weird that you then land on it. There we go. Solar panels are kicked back in again. Look at that. They're producing 700 watts, almost 800 watts out of our, more than 800, 1.4 megawatts out of our 22 megawatts. So that's significant, especially as I've only dropped 4 of them in. If we had the same number we have of these, then we'd be getting 14 megawatts, which is 2/3 of the power that the steam engines are. Well, it's 2/3 of the power the steam engines are currently producing. They have quite a lot of extra headroom, I think.
The power's already dropping.
You might want to to look into the high support electric poles. I think they will solve something you were just mentioning.
Okay. Steel plate, electric cable, cactus plastic. So we've got cactus plastic here. We've got steel plate. We've got copper. So okay, let's do that then. Copper cable, that one, and then in here we can make the high polars. Bring this up like that, and promptly run out of belt probably. So you need that. You need copper cable, the steel, and the plastic. So you need the steel and the plastic. And you need to be extended up here. And then you need to unload into a red chest, of which we don't have any. Maybe I can make a couple of those.
I'd jump it before the Pelagos one, yeah. Because that one's probably not going to start, won't it?
Yep.
I've run out of belts. Oh, the belt's been taken up. Excellent. Even better. But I'll still come down here and nick some anyway. With that. 300 will do me for now. Okay, so that gets built. La, 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 la. albeit somewhat slowly. Come on, can we have the bots doing their jobs, please? There we go. And so we'll also limit this to 1 stack, just because. And here comes the plastic. Right, there we go. Okay, they're fairly slow. They're a 10-second build, but that's not too bad. If we can get a few of those out, then we can have a look at them and see what they do. I'll make some pocket craft some as well, because I'm sort of impatient, and to be honest, that's going to be slower than this machine, but it'll get me a few more of them slightly quicker. La 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 la. Yoink. Right, so we can then... What do we do with these? Oh, okay, they have a tiny, tiny coverage area. So they're a bit... They're not very good. But we can put them in like that and then put the panels around them. So, like... Oh. We could put this... We could put in another panel here, yeah. And then put this pylon on the north side of it. Yeah, okay, that works quite well.
Mark, can I borrow you on a side channel?
Yeah, in a second. Laurence?
Yeah? I see what you've done. I think I prefer my design. But
Okay.
we could build that. I can build that if you want, if you
I
prefer.
mean, mine is more space efficient.
Yeah, but mine looks nicer.
Okay. Let's chat this decide.
Yeah, fair enough. Okay, chat, what do you think? Should we go with my design where they're in a nice neat rows? This would then have another row of them across the top of here like that. With so panel, pole, panel, pole, or Mark's diagonal version here, which would then paste out like that. So you'd have which is, yes, it's slightly more space efficient because I'm wasting 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm wasting four. Some. I'm wasting some for every panel I put down. I think it's about one square for every panel that's placed. So I think yeah, these could be. No, don't steal them for his design. For goodness sake. So I can put that there and there. There we go. That's the base unit of my design. Yeah. Space is not something we're short of, that's true, especially as we're going to be building these out over the sandy ocean. So it depends whether you like the wiggly diagonal lines or the neat regimented rows. And it feels very weird for me to be arguing on the side of neatness when I just built, well, this. Is that an area? Oh, no, that is an area we can build on. Okay. I can't tell when. It's hard to tell what we can build and what we can't. No God is torn because he both loves compact designs and grids. Regular says space is not something we're short on. Mate says he likes the wigglies. So we're 1.5 each so far. I guess well. Fortunately, it takes a long time to build these solar panels, so you've got plenty of time to make your minds up. Will the diagonal build have issues tapping into the rest of the base? No. Either one will be able to tap into the rest of the base absolutely fine. We can just run a row of pylons down from there into the factory with no problems. And if I put this here, for example, then it would link into the substation. Or if I put it down here and then I can have a big pylon on the edge here. No, we won't have any trouble linking either of them into the factory. That's not a concern I have. It's purely down to aesthetics. Hello, Ario. Welcome. You've joined us just in time to say which of the two solar panel layouts you prefer. This one is slightly more space efficient because it wastes, I think, 1 block for every...
Nope.
I can't eyeball the
It doesn't waste
blocks.
one.
Okay, apparently it doesn't waste any. It doesn't waste any blocks. Or there's this one which is in a neat grid, but wastes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for every 4. So it wastes just over 1 per solar panel. I think this is tileable.
Yep.
So we then put in another row here, I think, like that.
Yep.
Yeah, and so on and so on.
Zafir?
So we could do that.
Yeah.
The islands
how
do
do
tend
you-
to be quite diagonal, it's true.
How do you feel about me adding a ship to Pelagos to bring the science over at a helpful rate? Because the Y-wing is just not.
I mean,
Aw.
you mean ship as in on the water or spaceship as in space?
You mean a spaceship? If he's talking about the Y-wing.
Just basically grab one of the available ships and just...
What do you say, the wiring?
Yeah, there's a spaceship called Y-wing, which doesn't look anything like a Y-wing.
It used to.
Oh, the white wing. And what's the issue with that?
It's not bringing it over fast enough.
Yeah, it's really slow, basically.
Yeah, that was the experimental ethanol-powered ship that it turned out the ethanol-powered ships have some major disadvantages, like namely being very, very slow.
Well, I mean, do we need to add to it, or do we need to replace it then? Because
It'd essentially be replacing it, but there's no point dismantling this one to rebuild in the other style.
We have a museum for those.
yeah, I mean, I'd say just replace it, but yeah, like Mark said,
Yeah,
keep it around in a museum, you know. That's
A curiosity.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, so I'll. Do you want it running the machines route? There's barely any machines in there.
Machines route.
So there's titanium plates, ethanol titanium barrels, calciners, diesel assembling machines, which it's been transporting currently. I'll just duplicate everything over to.
Yeah. I know.
Well,
I don't think it's gonna be needing those because those were like one-off things. Or like when we're building, you know.
The calciner will titanium plates will presumably want, but assembling machines, but not the barrels.
Yeah.
Yeah, the barrels
yeah.
of refueling the ship.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can rebuild it or use one of the other ships that's available.
Okay.
Yeah. I even have
Heavy glasses again,
the
sorry.
Patrick Stewart is available, just sitting around. You can use that one if you want.
There's another one already sorted.
Yeah.
We seem to be sort of standardising on the available ship design at the moment.
Yeah.
Mostly out of laziness, I suspect.
I get the impression that Mark is building new ones and
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, but it's not as cool, you know. I don't like you know. I think the
Ethanol power
other
crew.
is better.
Yeah, it's a Russian spaceship. Yeah, I don't think having this sort of being able to just dropping down solar panels like this for exporting power to other planets would be particularly useful, given how easy it is to generate enormous quantities of power with the odd nuclear reactor or two. Or most planets have their own way of or have a suitable way of generating power. So I don't feel that being able to transport power around is necessarily a useful thing. And also, I don't feel that these solar panels are actually going to be that significant. So we've got quite a few of them down now. They're currently producing nothing because they're not plugged in because I've shuffled stuff around and it's now broken. But even when they were working, they were producing about 1 megawatt, which is a decent amount on this planet. It's sort of useful. And by the time it's finished, it might produce 10, 20 megawatts. It's a good amount on this planet. It's enough to be useful. But on a planet like Nauvis, I wonder how much power we're using these days over here. I am curious to find out. We are currently using 7.5 gigawatts. It's not going to go very far. And imagine the solar field we would need to produce 7.5 gigawatts. Now, yes, I know it's Factorio, the planet size is unlimited. We could just flood this sea with solar panels and we could generate an enormous amount of power from that, and it would be quite cool. But I don't think it'd be worth it for any particularly useful reasons. Barrel up electrons and unbarrel at the other end. Yeah, don't give modders ideas. That's all I would say. And you could use it we don't have an electric boiler, but if we did, you could use it to boil steam, put that into barrels, ship it off to another planet, and then use the steam at the other end to generate electricity. That's true. Exporting power is essentially nuclear from Nauvis. Yeah, I would agree with that. As long as the planet you go to has water. I can't remember if fusion requires water. I think it doesn't. I think it might actually be some sort of magical, not boiling steam power production method, which is interesting. And I'm not going to say unrealistic, but certainly unusual.
So it's quite getting late here in Germany, so I'm gonna head off. I think Arig was a fun little planet. I
Yeah.
enjoyed it. I think it's more or less finished for now. We did all the non-infinite research. We
think-
can leave the planet via rocket, so that's completed as well.
Yeah.
We have like one more thing Tristan is working on, yeeting some diamonds,
Nice.
which is like a collaboration between the two planets research. And yeah, so the next thing will or could be we have a new sand sifting recipe. I think that's just more efficient, or I haven't looked into that. So I would pause this planet here to bring more science over, and then we can, like with the others, from time to time do the infinite researches.
Okay.
But yeah, in my opinion, it's more or less finished.
We aren't at a point where we are ready to export stuff.
Yeah.
And by stuff, I mostly mean the storage crates, whatever they're called, the
Yes,
provider, the
yes.
containers. That I've just put in the inserters over here for the rocket silos. So once
Yep.
we get another 3 rocket silos built, we can then start. We could leave them on automatic and then leave some logistic spots here, and then
Yep,
use that
that's
to
the idea.
load them. Is there anything else that's being produced here? There's the water machine things. We haven't actually made any of it. Oh, no heavy glass has made it through this far. I forget which belt that's supposed to be on. Must be this one. No, wait, it's that one. Wait, hey, I apparently messed up. Let's do that. Yoink! There we go. Now we can make a water harvester. So yeah, we've now got some water harvesters available. There's in theory as well, so we can export those. That might be quite useful on planets like somewhere like Corundum, actually, because Corundum, this one, Corundum doesn't have water. Its oceans are petroleum gas, which is fantastically useful. But it means if we wanted when we want water over here, we have to make it by generating hydrogen sulfide and then combusting and then burning it in order to make sulfur dioxide and water. So on planets like this, it could be useful to have an alternative method of producing water. Now, when we first go to a planet, we're not going to want to do that. We're only going to want to add it in as a thing later. And this planet was just an example I thought of. I don't think it actually needs water to be produced on it, but it might be useful if we're going back and expanding one of these or something like that. Another one like that is Fulgora, for example. Fulgora has no native water, although it does have a lot of ice, so it isn't actually a problem here. But you get the idea. If there was a planet like this, where having some water would be useful, Cubium perhaps would be one where maybe water would be handy. At the moment, we're making it through through turning jelly into water, although we don't seem to be at the moment for some reason. There are ways and means of making it, but it could be handy to have something that just pulls water out of the air. Can you build the floating solars on spaceships without foundation? I hope not. Let us find out. What are you doing? Give me that. Yes, that. I think there's some keys on my keyboard that don't pop up again. No, cannot build on empty space. Can only build in oceans. There's not even a fourth place, so no. Thankfully, I think we'd have to say no to that as a general idea. Well, actually, you could just have a load of solar panels being towed in a streamer behind the spaceship, like a kite's tail. It would work from a physics point of view. It'd be very vulnerable. It'd be a silly idea, but it'd be quite funny. Have the planet's mods worked well with each other?
Guys, good night, and
Okay.
see you next time.
Good night, Mark. Thanks,
See you, Mark.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for your efforts on Arig. Right, so I would say I would probably say no to both of those, because in most cases the planet mods are all very, very standalone. So they all have their own ideas, their own things, their own systems. So you go to I don't know. You go to Igris would be a good one to pull water out of the atmosphere on, because power is difficult and water is difficult over here. You have to mine it. Anyway, yes, you could go over to Igris, for example, has all of its systems. No, Igris is a bad example. Let me try a different example. Corundum has its own completely self-contained system where you can produce platinum, which gives you a few extra toys. It gives you better thrusters. It gives you better chemical plants. And there's a type of science pack that you get from this planet as well. But it doesn't really directly mesh with other planets. Now you can go out and you can use the better chemical plants on other planets. Now they don't give you a productivity bonus, they only give you a speed bonus, but they're still nice to have. So we've been using these quite a lot around the rest of the solar system, particularly on Nauvis, because it's nice to have that extra speed. But it doesn't have it. But there's nothing that specifically leans into other planets. It's a bit like getting the green belts from Fulgora or the stack inserters from Gleba. You don't technically need them anywhere else. They don't rely, and they're not relying on those planets aren't relying on each other. But the toys that you get from them can give you extra productivity elsewhere. So back to Igris, because Igris is a good example of something else. On Igris, the big export from it, okay, you get diagonal inserters, which are fun, but they're a bit niche. Also, you get these guys, the science enhancer machines, and these things are incredible because they have a plus 150% productivity. So we've taken them to Nauvis, where we've now got a blue science area that's using those, and we've got a green science area that's using those, and so on and so on. The steam science area I was building up at the beginning of the stream is using those. But they require you to import magic fluid from Igris, so that makes them a bit more complicated, a little bit harder to use. So that's great. You get some trade-offs there. You get a fantastic productivity, but you have to bring in an extra resource. Really nice. Then Rabaska has added in a machine, where is it? This guy, the machining assembler. This requires various Rabascan products to build it, but once you've made it, you can take some of them off the planet and you can use them elsewhere. And these have a productivity bonus of 100%. So, for example, that's the wrong planet. This is the planet. So when I was putting together the green science production over here, I'm making the inserters in the machining assemblers, because you can't normally put productivity bonuses onto those with productivity modules. So I've used this machine, and for the belts we've used the lumber mills from Lignumis to make the wooden belts, and then the foundry from Vulcanus to make the yellow belts. And again, that's a way of getting some productivity bonuses on things that normally don't allow you to have productivity bonuses. So it just reduces the cost of everything. So a lot of it is like that. There are toys you can pick up from other planets that work very nicely with that give you bonuses on other planets. But they don't. But they're generally not designed to work together. There are a few things that have been done very deliberately. So, for example, Pelagos has this whole sort of drinks and rum and whatnot theme going on. And if you've got Pelagos and Foliax, then they combine to give you the Siren's Rum, which is a Pelagogian themed drink that's made from science on Foliax. And Rubia has a whole host of researches that are inspired, or sort of inspired by other planets. Let's see if I can find them. They're somewhere down here after you get the Kryptonite axe, isn't it? Yes, here we go. So this one, for example, is inspired by Maluna. So you yeet a load of wood, you get the Maluna-based bonus. There's a Fulgora one, and then there's that's a Cubium-related one. That's a Rabascan one. That one's Moshine. That one's related to, I have no idea. This one's something to do with Secretus. So you see, as you go, so if the mod authors want to, they can do little bits of combinations between their planets, which is always fun and adds in a little bit of extra interest. But they don't generally. Most of the planets aren't dependent on each other particularly. Now I have noticed that you need, at least as we've got it set up, you need to go to Arig and you need to have the compression science in order to get one of the other planets. Let me just check which one it was. Compression science.
Earlier, I think.
Yes, here we go. It's Hyarion. You need to go to Arig before you can go to Hyarion, and then that unlocks a whole chain of extra researchers down there from Hyarion. So there are a few examples like that where there's a planet has been stuck behind other things. Lignumis has stuck its science packs into absolutely everything. So basically all of the researchers now have wooden science and steam science on the beginning of them as well. They're the very, very basic sciences. And so at this point of the game, everything we do, pretty much, apart from some of the Foliax ones, requires those as an initial part of it. True, Planetaris is likely to have a bit more integration because the planets were made by the same modder. So I guess what I should say is it's not so much the planets that don't interact, it's the modders that don't interact very much. Now, they do talk to each other, and they'll do things to make sure they don't have that they don't cause problems with each other's packs. So the Foliax author told me, for example, that he made up a fluid that was to be used as a fuel by some of his machines, and when he initially made it, the numbers, he picked the numbers fairly arbitrarily because it doesn't really matter. He needed the ratio between them to be correct, but it doesn't really matter whether the research catalyst has a fuel value of 250 kilojoules and whatever uses 100 kilojoules, say, or whether it has a fuel value of 250 megajoules and the thing it uses 100 megajoules. The ratios would be the same, except if you then it turned out if you ship that over to Pelagos, Pelagos had a similar sort of fuel system, but the numbers were very, very different. But then the two of them talked to each other, and one of them, I think it was Foliax, changed the numbers to be more in line with Pelagos, and then it worked fine. So that's a very, very simple level of interaction, but it meant that a potential bug and a potential glitch, if you combine the mod packs, was sorted out. So yeah, in general, they work together. They don't interfere with each other, but they also don't really work together all that much. They are fairly independent, I would say. Oh, that's true. Yes, good point, Quagor. Quagor points out that Lignumis, if you turn everything on, has a ridiculous system where you start to require where everything has an extra stage in the telescopic recipes. So over here we're making belts on Arig, which has absolutely nothing to do with Lignumis. But because we've got Lignumis installed, we've had to make wooden belts, and then to make the wooden belts we've had to make wooden gears, and that means we need lumber. So we've got a lumber mill running over here, bringing in wood. Fortunately, there is wood on this planet, so it's quite feasible to do so, but it requires that extra stage. And if you turn everything on, which we didn't because it wasn't the default, and we didn't go around messing with the settings because we didn't know what we were doing. we would also require the wooden circuit boards in order to make the green circuits. Rather, as it is, we've got this traditional green circuit recipe where it's just copper and iron. But if we had that turned on, then we'd have had to do the wooden ones with the gold, or possibly there might be a copper version of this recipe. I'm not sure, but let's check actually. Basic circuit board. Alternative recipes, yes, there's a copper version of it as well, so we can make it. In fact, we should probably be using that, given we have lots of copper and not very much gold. We'd still probably need the gold cable over here, though, I suspect. Yes, this is gold. Yeah, there is not. Well, yeah. The alternative recipes are this one, and then lots of other unrelated ones. Yeah, so we should probably be using copper to make these ones, but then we also want to use gold to make these ones, and we probably had lots of gold when we started it, and now we're a bit short. So, priorities change. But yeah, that would have been a worthwhile thing to do. Arig and Hyerian are from the same author, and the third planet in sequence. Yes, that's the Planetary series that M8 was talking about, I think. So yes, we will. We'll make sure we have those, and those ones will work through together. But that's sort of what I mean about he's made those work together because they're all his mods, whereas Arig and Rabaska don't really. They're just separate. They don't interfere with each other, but they also don't really have integrations between them. No problem, Sinted. It's nice to go off on a bit of a rambling tangent like that, because I think it's sort of the thing that it's something I can offer, and I think it's as the streamer, and I think it's an interesting way of looking at it. Oh yeah, that's a good point, Whelmy. So we'll probably find that later on, once we get to real endgame techs, we're going to have things like the research productivity research is going to have required us to go to Vulcanus and Arig and Hyerian and Hyerian again and Gleba and Pelagos and Igris and all the way through all of these, because these are the true end game things that are going to try and require basically everything. So I think that's going to be quite interesting and fun. Okay, so Quagor says that Arig, Lignumis and another one all use the same gold. That makes sense. So having that overlap there, makes a lot of sense. So I was saying earlier, right at the beginning of the stream, that I've noticed that Lignumis, because of the bonuses we have in our crushing and everything else in systems, it's not actually worth making the gold making the steam science packs on this planet anymore. It's inefficient, and it requires more rocket launches than it would cost us to just take the gold away from this planet, ship that over to Nauvis, and do all the processing over there. So I made a block to do that. I'm now waiting for Lignumis to run through its supply of magic fluid and some of its gold. You can see how well that's going here, where there's still loads of it backed up along here. So I'm letting it trickle through that. When this runs out, I will then put these belts in here and over here and start to pump the gold through instead of the science packs. And then we'll ship those over to Nauvis instead. But it occurred to me, as I was saying at the beginning of the stream, it also occurred to me that I could say, actually, let's completely mothball Lignumis. Why are we don't, if we could completely mothball it, and we could export the gold ore from Arig and take that over to Nauvis in order to produce all of the steam science over there, and then we wouldn't need Lignumis at all. So we could have multiple rocket launches coming from here, carrying the science packs and the gold, and we wouldn't even need that much gold. So if we go back to Nauvis a second, and have a look at the system I built up and whack a rate calculator over it, like that, we can see that it's going to be using okay, these are slightly faster than necessary. It's going to be using maybe 10 gold per second. This planet is producing, where is it? There it is. 194 per minute. So not quite enough. We'd have to probably quadruple this planet, or more than quadruple the gold production on this planet in order for it to be enough. Because it's already not enough. We've already got a shortage on this planet, so we'd have to get enough on this planet and then get another 600. But that is in the realms of possibility, and transporting that amount of gold over probably wouldn't be that difficult compared to some of the other stuff we're doing. So it's an interesting thought that we could completely shutter and mothball Lignumis and just bring over the gold from here back over to Nauvis, which I can't find, back over to Nauvis here, and then feed that in here in order to keep this system running. Is it a good idea? I don't know. Mark has basically said he doesn't like that idea. He'd like to keep Lignumis running. So given that Arig is his planet, and in theory that means we can't get the gold off it without his say so, I guess we're going to keep Lignumis running. But it's an interesting idea nonetheless, and it shows that shows a certain amount of interaction between the mods. I don't know the multi-surface Prometheum mod. Could you drop a mention of that in the Discord, and we'll have a look into it and see if it's something feasible to add in? Because it doesn't ring a bell, so I'd be interested to see what that is. Yes, we probably do. Yes, we still need a little bit of stuff going on Lignumis. You're quite right. We're going to need to carry on building all the bits for rockets. So, as you say, we're going to need to still keep the peat flowing. That's fine. Yes, we're going to need gold coming in for the circuits. And we're going to need gold coming in for the low density structures as well. So I guess we're going to have. So I suppose what I'll do then is up here. I'll just put in a splitter here. So we'll have the old gold ore coming down here and the gold ore going in here. So we'll have a plentiful supply of gold metal. We'll be taking away all of the ore we can get our hands on. In fact, you know what? I might as well do that, because we're still going to be limited on the amount of. We're still going to be limited on the amount of science we produce. So the science is going to stop. It's not like this is going to then just mean this runs forever, because we will eventually run out of magic fluid. Very, very eventually, and so this belt will then eventually drain of its science packs. But we'll keep the gold flowing along here from the input up there. What's going on there? Oh, it's a connection to the cable, to the belt. So that'll keep the gold flowing along here to keep all of this building. That's a good point. Thank you. That's a good thought. I'll add that back and make sure that works. Yeah. So this is where the numbers came in, and I've made a whole video on this. So keep an eye out for that. If you're a supporter, you'll see it next week, I think. If you're not a supporter, it's going to be a couple of weeks after that, because supporters get early access. But the initial maths was. Find me some steam science, and we'll have a look. We'll run the basic numbers. This is what I did when we started the run, and why we're exporting steam science at the moment. So steam science requires 2 gold plate to make 2 steam sciences. It's a 1-to-1. It stacks up to 200, and you can fit 1,000 in a rocket. Gold plate spoils from hot gold plate. Hang on, no. Wait, what? Where's the easy way of making gold plate? Just cooking it.
Hot gold plate is the cooking.
Oh, of course it is. Yes, it's just cooking it, isn't it? Yeah. So yeah, the hot gold plate can be made from just cooking some. Here we go. Cooking gold ore. So 1 gold ore goes to 1 gold plate, goes to 1 science pack. So 1 to 1 to 1 all the way through. So that's what we were doing. That's what we had the tech for, and so we're shipping them out. The gold plate stacks to it has a stack size of 100, rocket's capacity of 1,000. So the rocket capacity is still exactly the same. It's the same amount in the rocket of the gold plate. I know that's not what we're talking about, but I'll get to that. The stack size, however, is smaller. So you can fit as much in a rocket, but it'll take twice as much space up on the spaceship. So you've got that trade-off, and that is why I decided it'd be better to send it over as science packs rather than as gold plates. The gold plate comes from gold ore, which stacks up to stack size of 50, so again twice as much space once again on the spaceship, and it only stacks up to 500, and then rocket capacity is only 500, so you'd need twice as many rockets. So gold ore, way out of the question. And this fitted with the sort of the normal Factorio ethos, where the more you process something, the easier it is to transport, and that makes a certain amount of sense. And we got very, very used to that with space exploration, where particularly with the Naquium, it wasn't even feasible to because I think it stacked up to 10, and then every step of the process used 100 to make 1 or something ridiculous like that. So it just you needed enormous quantities of Naquium ore, or sort of Naquitite ore, in order to make relatively small amounts of Naquium plate. So it was better to do at least some of the processing out on your space station than ship a load of it over. But then you didn't get productivity bonuses if you did that, because the productivity modules only worked on planets. But I'm getting a bit away from myself. In this, it's kind of different, because if we go in and look at our bonuses, then we have 30, 40, 50%. We have bonus is on crushing. We have a 30% bonus on crushing. So turning gold ore into crushed gold, we get a bonus there. Then when we cook it in a foundry, you get the 50% bonus from the foundry. You get bonus for whatever productivity modules you put in there. You get bonuses for this, bonuses for that. And then essentially, I worked out that by the time you go from the gold ore to the science pack, you're making so many science packs out of the gold that it's just ridiculous that you can turn 1 gold. I'm going to say you can turn 1 gold into 30 science packs. I can't remember the numbers, but it was a silly number, and so that offsets the doubling required of spaceship space and the doubling required of rocket space, because that's only a 4 times multiplier, whereas you got this 15 or 30 or whatever it was times multiplier through the production chain. Therefore, you're much better off transporting the gold ore over, and it's taken me 8 days, 15 hours and 56 minutes of this game to realise that actually there's a better way to do it. So I feel possibly a little bit silly about that, but having realised
at the start it was what you were saying.
True. Okay, at the start I wasn't wrong. Yeah, I did the maths correctly, but then we fairly quickly got the concept of crushing. Crushing probably wouldn't have changed the maths, actually. It's the foundries that are the big thing. The foundries and all of the productivity modules you can put in them.
Also, when you say crushing, you specifically mean big crushers. So
true. That's true. The big crushers get another 50% bonus. No, you still get a 30% bonus. You get a 30% bonus from normal crushers, or at least we do now.
Yeah. So yeah, we got nothing. That's all research then.
There's a 5% bonus from normal crushers, because you get the gold ore back to re-crush, so you get a 5% bonus straight. So you're right, it's insignificant, but there is a tiny bonus right from as soon as you get crushers. Then there's a much bigger bonus when you get big crushers, because they have 50% and they have productivity, and you can put productivity modules in them. If we go back to Nauvis, you see here we've got a productivity of 120% there. 90% there, 90% there, 160% there. So multiply through all of that, you're looking at a pretty big bonus at that point. So that's doubling, almost doubling again, 4, 8, almost tripling. So yeah, it's about a 20%, a 20 times productivity bonus that massively outweighs the 4 times capacity reduction. So very, very worth it. But the reason it's so worth it is, as Tristan says, we've got a lot of productivity bonuses at this point. It's the Igrian science machines, the foundries, and decent productivity modules. And if I wanted to take this a bit further, I should probably upgrade these to the highest quality modules that we have. In fact, let's have a look, because that's only one machine. There's only 4 things using that, and gold is something we're bringing in. So I think that's a worthwhile, I didn't mean production, I meant logistics. I think that's a worthwhile place to put productivity modules. And we've got some tier 3s. Yeah, okay, let's put tier 3s in. And that's a decent, it's going to be a decent bump over what we've got at the moment. So we'll put those in there. It'd be nice to put tier 5s in, but it's not vital. But by shoving those 4 in there, this is going to go from a 90% productivity to 10 plus 10, that's a plus 16. So we'll get an extra 24% on there. So that'll go from 90 up to 114%. So again, it's going to be a nice little boost in there. And because we can get that just from putting 4 modules in, there's only 1 machine at this stage because of the speed beacons. That's really good. Get another little bit of a nudge with those 2, but it gets slightly more expensive. It's not quite as obviously good. Yeah, the rule of thumb for Factorio is the fewer machines you have in a stage, the cheaper it is to do a productivity upgrade, because it doesn't matter whether I do the productivity. If I can go in and I can upgrade 1 productivity module from a tier 1 to a tier 4 or tier 3 or whatever. It doesn't. You get if you upgrade one tier of your recipe or one stage of your recipe from tier 1 to tier 3 in this case, you get the same amount of upgrade percentage-wise wherever it is. So if I upgraded all of these, I would get exactly the same boost overall in the end as I would if I did just this one, or if I did these 2, because multiplication is commutative. It doesn't matter what order you do all the multiplications in, you get the same answer out at the end. Commutative is the right word, isn't it? I think it is. Thank you, mate. I'll have a look for that Promethean thing. Yes, and we're also at 950% mining productivity or something ridiculous like that. I've also made a video about that because I was so horrified isn't the right word, but so amazed by our current mining productivity level. Let's have a look. Yeah, 950%. You're spot on. So we're using electric mining drills over here. We've not even bothered to upgrade to large mining drills. We get twice as much out, but it's a 4.6 million patch, and we're going to get 46 million out of it, roughly. Yeah, so we're getting 46 million out of it instead of 92 million. That's so wasteful. Yeah.
Oh, and if we electric mining drills, and they said plus 950%.
Yes,
because there's big ones here that also say plus 950%.
Oh yeah, big mining drills don't have a productivity bonus. They have a resource drain bonus.
Ah, right, okay.
That's actually really good, because
Yeah.
if the machine has a productivity bonus and your research has a productivity bonus and you put productivity modules in it, they only add. They don't stack. They don't stack multiplicatively. They stack additively. Whereas this resource drain of 50% that says over there on the right hand side essentially means that instead of our productivity being 1,050%, so 100 plus 950, it's actually 2,100, because it literally doubles it. Whereas if we had an extra 50% on there, then it would only go up to 1,100, which is, I mean, it's a lot, but it's not as much as 2,100. So yeah, having your bonuses stack multiplicatively is far more valuable, and that's actually the same with the Foliaxian science packs, and why we got quite so excited about them when we discovered them. This guy down here, he's got a ludicrous speed of 209, which is great. I mean, speed is is nice because it means you don't need as many machines, which means you don't need as many expensive upgrades and you don't need as many expensive modules. So it's nice. It's nice to have a fast machine, but it doesn't really make that much of a difference because you still get through just as much. In fact, you get through this. The machine gets through the science proportionally faster. It does more science, but it uses more science packs in order to do it. Then we've got the productivity bonus, 55%. It's okay. It's not bad. It's not amazing, but it's still, that's getting us extra science for each pack we put into it. But then we have the science pack drain underneath that, and that means for every science pack that goes in, we're getting almost 4 sciences worth of science. We're getting 4 times the amount of science out we would expect. So for our 155% science, we're actually getting we're getting about, well, that'd be almost 600. We're almost getting 6 science per science out of one of these machines, which is kind of crazy.
And that's the top of the line one.
That's not even the top of the line one. You're right. Was it over here? No, I don't. Where's your? Thank you. This guy over here is even better. This one has a 20% science pack drain, so that's a 5 times multiplier there, and a 75% productivity bonus. So that's 175 times 5. 1 moment, please. I'm going to open a calculator. 175 times 5, because it's getting late. That's almost 9 science per science. That is, frankly, quite silly. Let's see what we're like.
Speaking of productivity modules, can I interrupt and ask you guys if you know where the amount of productivity modules is being set? Like how many to make on Nauvis?
Good, thank you. Right. So, if I come over here, we can see that...
The R.
Sorry, repeat that, Tristan?
Yeah, actually, it's on this. The M and the R.
Right.
But that's all modules.
Gotcha.
Right, so science is a bit all over the place because we don't have any whatever the science packs are for that. But here, you see, we're using what? These numbers don't add up.
Do you think one?
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
If I change these numbers.
We are producing at this point, we're producing 2.9 thousand science per minute, but we're only using 400 packs per minute of each type. So we're using 400 and getting 2,900 out. That's 5, 6. That's 7 and a bit times product bonus on our science production, on our science use. We're getting 7.5 science per science essentially, which is frankly quite silly, but is what is allowing us to churn through these researches that take thousands and thousands of sciences. So yeah, yes, it is a bit Steve Johnson. Cave Johnson Quaker. I thought that didn't seem quite right. Our regular science per minute, well, I don't know, actually. Last time I looked, when we were doing a science that was running well, which the Rubian ones aren't, we were doing we're doing 9,100 a minute, which is over 9,000, as the memes say. Oh, there, Tristan is, I think, switching over to a, is he doing it next? There we go. So we can watch that now as it spikes upwards. So yeah, we were certainly capable of 9,000 before. I think it now might have gone up a little bit because Tristan got a little bit carried. I mean, Tristan put in some more extra powerful science labs. I did know who you meant. Yes. Good. Thank you, regular. Yes, I thought commutative was right as well. Yeah. Whether the devs should have put things like crushing and other other ore processing things into the game is, and it's nice. I think that's the sort of thing that works very, very well as a modded thing, because it's an extra complication that the basic game doesn't need, that allows you to get a bit of extra productivity out. So I think it was over 10k now. It's still going. It's still rising. Yeah. So
upgraded since we.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think keeping the crushing for the other mods is probably okay. Although the Vulcanus foundry based system, so going to molten and then onto normal metal, is that's the same sort of thing. So there's an element of the same sort of complication going in there. So I think they put in the foundry system rather than a crushing system, which is different. It sticks some fluids in there, which is always fun to play with. It gives you an alternative thing, and then the mods can go into the full on complication. Then you get to Angel Bob levels where you have to filter stuff and sort it and all that sort of shenaniganery. Or Pionodons if you want to go even further. But I think they've probably got about the right level with the base game. So there you go. 10,000 science per minute is our current rate, it seems. And that's presumably going to be using a fraction of that in the production level. So yeah, here we go. You can see we're doing 10,000 science, and the packs that are actually being used, let me search again, science, are going through at about 2,200 a minute. So yeah, we've got about, now we're using all of the labs, including the ones that aren't quite as good as this is one of our absolute bleeding edge top of the range labs, with the other ones that are running a bit less efficiently. We're doing a bit over 4. We're doing between 4 and 5 science per science. So it's good, but it's not quite as good as our absolute top end machines. And that, I suppose, gives us the choice. We can decide at this point whether we want to do science efficiently or quickly. And at the moment, when we're doing a mining productivity, because that just uses the basic Norvian and the Lignumian science packs, we're going for quickly. They're cheap and easy to make. But when we're doing some of the weird ones, like the ones from Rubia, I think then we switch over to just using these sort of labs, and it's a bit more efficient, and we get a bit more science out from the difficult to make science packs. Or the difficult to keep alive science packs. Not that one, that's a spiky boy. There are some of the ones in the donut bottles. These ones, they spoil, for example, and so do the Pelagogian ones. So they're maybe better off done in more efficient machines, should we say. It does have a couple of spoiled juice bottles on the left, you're right. They aren't blocking the inserter, because the inserter can get to the other two. However, this is a thing that could potentially become a problem in the long run. So it's a slight concern. But it's able to keep itself juiced up, I think. But yeah, that's a bit of a worry, and perhaps it needs a disposal system like we've got up here with the Gleben science packs.
For what?
Here, there are a couple of empty juice bottles on the belt.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I believe it can. They have a fuel value, so it'll burn them.
Oh, okay.
It's not loading them because
it's not loading them because there's blue bottles in at the moment, so can't take them in. So if the next few spoiled as well, then it would grab when it ran out of fuel, it would grab a handful of empty bottles, burn them instantaneously because they have a fuel value of it's basically 0, but it's not actually. Yeah. But they have a fuel value, and then it switch back over to the blue one. So if we look in here, we can't see. If we look in here, we can see. Can we see the fuel? Oh, here we go. Accepted fuels. It includes empty bottles, so they can throw at the ground to declare an acceptable drink. This isotope island punch. I like it. Another. Yes. So we can. An acceptable study in the research bottle. Nice. So we'll eat those and then blow them away. And they have a fuel value of basically 0, but it's not actually 0, so they can be used up. I could do, but I think I don't want to test it because I'll just break the lab temporarily. This one's got the same sort of thing going on it. So's this one, and so's this one. So maybe we got a duff batch of punching or something like that. Sorry?
If you want it demonstrated.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Right, we then need to wait for it to burn through the 14, 13. We needed to burn through those, but it will. Yeah, it'll get there eventually, and then should swallow these. So we'll keep an eye on it, and it should do that. And they will disappear incredibly quickly because this machine is using fuel at 11 megawatts because it's running at plus 1,000% fuel consumption, which is why these bottles are going down quite so quickly, even though they have themselves a fuel value of quite a lot, 40 megajoules, which is, that's a lot of fuel to get in a little bottle like that. But yeah, these guys are running through 11 megawatts, so these last 4 seconds of game time.
We have not worried about efficiency.
We have not. These tolerance modules give it a massive speed bonus and a significant productivity bonus, but also a massive energy consumption increase. So, flipping belts is weird. It does, as you say, it keeps them on the port side of the belt, so that's slightly strange.
And if you rotate it, it would. as you'd expect it to.
True, yes, rotating it and then rotating it again and again and again. There you go, the
you go.
bottles went in. Actually, they're burning more slowly than I expected.
No, that's the blue one.
Oh, that's the blue one still.
There you
And they
go.
just disappeared. Do you see? I was going to say, did you see how quickly they burned? I didn't. I think they just disappeared instantly like that. So, yeah, there you go. They will burn through them in an emergency and dispose of them. Right, it is nearly tomorrow, and we've basically finished Arig, and I've gone off on a long ramble about all the about quite a lot of interesting stuff. So I thank you for prompting me with the questions. I do appreciate that, because I like going off on a bit of a discussion about these things, because we've built up a lot of stuff. It's nice to talk about it, and having a question to go and ramble about is really nice. Oh, thanks for the follow, Ziggy. Much appreciated.
We are going to be at 4 fully upgraded labs shortly.
Oh, nice. These labs are not biolabs. These are the Gleba biolabs. You'll see over there. It's called a biolab in the top right. The other ones, these are Gleba. Sorry, no, they're not. These are Foliax biolab 2s. So they're the Foliax biolab 2. So they're from Foliax, and they're the second version of it. So they're from Foliax, to give you the answer. They're not, and so the tolerance modules are specifically just for these labs. I think you can't, as I recall, you can't put other modules in them. I think it doesn't say here. If I put one of these down out here, we can have a look in it. And yeah, the only modules you can put in these are the tolerance modules, and that I think pretty much the tolerance modules can only go in these labs. So they are very much a thing for those. They're very, very specialised. But yeah, all of that is part of the Foliax mod. Which I recommend. It's good fun. Everything grows on trees. So we have lots of different types of trees over here growing wood. Yeah, surprisingly, copper, iron. Maybe that one's copper and that one's something else. I don't know. Aluminium, stone. I don't know. The trees all grow different types of pods. This one might be coal or possibly oil and uranium and so on. And then you process them thoroughly down here, and you can turn the black seed pods. So these are brown ones. You can turn them into obsidian bars, and this one is fluorine bars, and so on and so on. So it's got its own completely self-contained resource system, which you then try and make basically everything out of. There are now 2 versions of Foliax available. There's the version that we played that we probably shouldn't have played, but the version we should have played wasn't out when we played it, which is essentially a full standalone, play this all on its own, don't play any other planets, simple standalone mod. And then there's another version of it, which is designed for something like a game like ours, where you have a large number of different planets, and it just slots in neatly as another planet that works in, I'm not going to say it works in the same way as the other ones, it works in a compatible way with the other ones, so it fits in quite nicely there. Yes, exactly, Quagor. So I think the version of Foliax we played has that problem that you talked about, but I think the newer version of it doesn't so much. I think you would have to personally I would ban taking the trees off that planet and planting them on other planets, if you can do that. I'm not absolutely sure. In the same way that we said you're not allowed to do the cubium resource creation recipes off cubium, because it's just too unbalanced. So yeah, I'd say don't do that much at least, but try and have a bit of self-restraint, I guess. Don't spoil other planets for the sake of maxing out your Foliax. But it was good fun because it was different and stuff. And he's got some new turrets in there that I'm looking forward to playing with when we finally do an upgrade. Right, okay, I think it's time. I think this would be a good time to end. As I say, Arig is largely complete, still very, very windy. These are being built very slowly, but sure, whatever. We've got the science being produced at a vaguely acceptable rate. It's not amazing, but it's a good start. So it sounds like Mark would quite like to go off and move to another planet and build it up with another island, and build it up with proper industrial machinery, and maybe use a load of sand fill to make it bigger as well, or sand foundation to make it bigger to fit stuff in. I'm not sure where would be a good island for that. Maybe this one that we nearly started on last time, because that's quite a big, chunky island. I don't know. We'll let him have a think about that and decide what he wants to do. But there is quite a lot of nonsense and spaghetti going on here. So if we want to expand stuff like green circuit production, which actually interestingly is caught up, or the heavy glass, which is not caught up, then we're going to need a bit more space. That said, the heavy glass could expand out this way and into this sandy seas. There's potential. We'll fit some stuff in here, and we'll see how it goes. See what we feel like. This is, yeah, I think as Quago described it, Billy, this is not so much an overhaul mod because that requires a bit more thought and balance and planning to have gone into it. This is more of a, we searched for all the planet mods that existed at the time, picked out all the ones that looked complete and fully playable, and shoved them all in a mod together, and then have just been sort of seeing how it goes. And actually, it's gone really, really well. There've been a few balance things where we've had to make rules up as we go along, like as I was just saying, don't do the Cubium resource creation process on other planets because it's silly. I believe there's something similar with Tiber. Sounds like foliax could be abused in the same way. There's a bit of that sort of stuff around, but as long as you're sort of fairly sensible and try and mostly approach each planet the way it's meant to be done, and then then after you've finished it, then go back and do the upgrades with all of the weird toys from other planets. Then I think you can have a lot of fun with it. Yes, there's. I think if you type let's see if I do this, you should get a link. There we go. There's a link to the mod list. Hooray! It worked. Also, if you have a look at the first video in the series on the YouTube channel, or search for Planetary Pioneers in the mod portal. Oh, you're on YouTube. Sorry, I searched that in the wrong place. If you type exclamation mark mod list on YouTube, it might work. Not sure. But yeah, go off and look for the first video of Planetary Pioneers Series 1. And it's probably linked in the video description, on the stream description as well. Yeah, or go off and find the Planetary Pioneers mod in the mod portal. Yeah, there's loads of stuff in here. It's all good fun. Angel Bob's Space Overhaul. That sounds like fun. I did enjoy Angel Bob's, and I think I'd do it a lot better if I tried it again now, because I've got a lot better at Factorio between having 500 hours and 3,000 hours of play in it. It's been a lot of Factorio in my life. Right, yes, so time to go. So I will be back on Wednesday, where I should be doing a solo stream. I shall be finishing off Grim Fandango, and then probably having a look at Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge. And at some point in the not too distant future, we're going to be switching the Wednesday night stream over to playing some multiplayer Project Zomboid. So if you'd like to join in with that, either watching or playing, then come along to the Discord server and let us know, and we'll add you into the appropriate stuff on there. There'll be another Factorio video coming out on Friday. If you're a supporter, then it's about how copper production can get a little bit silly. If you're not a supporter, I think it's going to be about Rubia and how it's windy and a bit smelly over there. So part 3 of the Rubia quartet. So that's Friday, and on Monday we'll be back at 7:30 PM UK time as usual for some more Planetary Pioneers, where we might be doing some. There's probably a little bit more finishing off on Arig to do, but I suspect by the end of the stream we might be seriously considering another planet. So yeah, that'll be something to look forward to. So thank you very much for watching. If you're watching on Twitch, please stick around, because it's always good to go off and find someone to raid. So I'll find someone who's playing some sort of appropriately large Factorio spacey type thing if I can, and hopefully we'll drop in on them, see what they're up to. If you're watching on YouTube, well, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed everything, and don't forget to subscribe or follow and all those other things so you don't miss out on everything else that's going to come up in the future. Right, in the meantime, I shall go over to an end screen like that. I shall pause
Bye,
the
chat.
game, and yes, everyone will say goodbye, and we'll find someone to raid. That's not the right button. Factorio. Right, that's in foreign, I can tell by the Cyrillics. This is attempting a factor, it seems fairly basic. This is where I go through and I try and find someone who's doing something interesting in Factorio. Someone here who's just burning lots and lots of biters. That's sort of interesting, but you know. Death World, maybe. Oh, Quillo or Bust, I guess that'll do. Lots of circuit stuff, apparently. Yeah, let's drop in on this one. I don't recognise the name either, so it'd be interesting to drop on them. Right, okay. So, once again, thank you very much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Please remember to follow, subscribe, like, all the appropriate things that I'm supposed to ask you as a streamer. Does crushing industry work for materials past the core planets and Luna? Yes. I think so. I feel like every metal we found has worked with crushers. So I'm going to say a cautious yes, Sintered. I think it does work with everything. But I wouldn't like to say for absolute certainty. Certainly we're using it on this planet with the gold, but then that could be a Lignumian edition. I think so though. Right, raid time. I will see you all on Wednesday. Bye bye.